Representative Broda, are you able to take notes for this hearing?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. So once the recording has started, I will announce the read the script.
The recording has started.
Thank you, Ms. Marling.
You're welcome.
As chair of the House ED&A Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar for today. An executive session may be held on any bill referred to the committee. Please note there's no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. All votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. We will start by taking a roll call attendance. When you state your presence, also state whether there's anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law.
Representative Allegro.
Present.
Where?
He's in the LOB. I can see him, right? Representative Allegro, are you in the LOB?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Representative Bailey.
Present in the LOB building.
Thank you. Representative Fellows. Representative Fellows, okay. Representative Fontner.
I am here at my home in Rochester, and my wife is in and out.
Representative Goley.
Here at my home, and my wife's in the other room.
Representative Groda is here in her home. Her husband is on the first floor. Representative Jean Jeudi.
Oui, je suis là, tout seul, à la maison.
He's home alone. Representative Lanzara. Representative Lekas.
I'm present in the committee room in the LOB.
Thank you. Representative McGuire.
Present in the committee room.
Representative O'Brien.
I am present. At my residence in Nashua, and I am alone.
Representative Pearson. Representative Roy. Representative Santonastazo.
I'm here in Keene, New Hampshire, and I'm alone.
Okay. Representative Schmidt. Representative, there you are.
I'm in my home office I am at home in my home office in Dover. I am alone.
Thank you. Representative Schuett.
I am here at my home in Pembroke alone.
Representative Schultz.
I'm here in my home in Concord, and my husband will be in and out of the room.
Representative Sitek will be here later. Representative Yakubovich.
Here at home, alone in the room.
Okay, let me just see. Representative Fellows? Nope. Representative Lanzara? Nope. Representative Pearson? Representative Roy?
Representative Roy is at the chair's meeting. He'll be in later.
All right, very good. Thank you. Roll call is complete.
Thank you. I'd like to call the prime sponsor, Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's great to see everybody this morning. For the record, I am State Representative Mike Moffett, representing Merrimack District 9 in the beautiful towns of Canterbury and Loudon. Okay, I and others really hope that you'll take some time to seriously consider Constitutional Amendment Concurrent Resolution number 7 and the notion of establishing a lieutenant governor position for the state of New Hampshire. Currently, at least 43 other states already do have lieutenant governors. Now, I know that is not a reason for us to establish such a position, but there is a strong case for doing so, which I'll touch on briefly here, and for doing it the New Hampshire way. Constitutionally, our current line of succession calls for the state Senate president to replace the governor, if that's necessary. And this has happened a number of times. Most recently in 2016, when Senate President Chuck Morse replaced Maggie Hassan briefly, when the latter was sworn in as a U.S. Senator. Senate President Ralph Hoff did similarly replace Judd Gregg briefly in 1992, when the latter was also sworn in as U.S. Senator. But please ponder what happened in 1982, when Senate President Vesta Roy was sworn in as acting governor upon the death of Hugh Gallen. Now, these two individuals were of different parties, as were Senator Morse and Governor Hassan. However, Gallen had just been defeated in a re-election bid, actually having lost the office to John Sununu. But as soon as Gallen had won that election, and then before passing away, the people would have elected a Democrat, but then a Republican would have taken over. And that presents some major problems or potential issues that really need some discussion and I think an amendment. To have a state Senate or a Senate president of one party replace a governor of another party creates many issues, as I just said. Does the new governor continue to serve as Senate president? You get into separation of powers. How could he or she simultaneously or serve simultaneously in both the legislative and executive branches? Again, separation of powers issue that needs some discussion. Now, Senators Morse, Hoff, and Roy did not resign their Senate seats when they were sworn in as acting governors, but their tenures of office as chief executive were all very limited, and it created no long-term issues. But what if a Senate president needs to serve several months as chief executive? You very conceivably could have someone who sponsored a bill in the legislative branch and then later signing the same bill that they sponsored as chief executive. That's conceivable. Or perhaps vetoing a bill that they voted on as a senator. It utterly goes against Civics 101 and the separation of powers. And New Hampshire is about the only state that's in this unique situation. I ask you to ponder what would have happened had, God forbid, Republican Governor Sununu had been struck by lightning in 2019. Democratic Senator Donna Soucy would have become governor to finish out his term by the current constitution. Now, would she have maintained Sununu's existing staff or replaced its members? There's all kinds of questions like that fortunately we've never really had to yet deal with, but we need to think about. What would have happened with regard to running the Senate? Good question. Could she, again, serve simultaneously in the legislative and executive branches? I don't think so. She would have been sworn in as acting governor. And so does she resign her seat in the Senate? That would disenfranchise about 5% of New Hampshire citizens. And again, but Senators Roy, Hoff, and Morse, just to cite three recent examples, stayed in the Senate and were sworn in as acting governors. That's a problem. Now, New Hampshire is one of only 2 states in the country that have governors who serve 2-year terms. So that mitigates the situation somewhat, but action is still needed. Perhaps if a state Senate president was elevated to governor, they would resign their seat. But what if they don't want to resign their seat? Things to really think about. So, Madam Chairman, this is potentially a serious situation. It's not just an issue. This is not just an issue in other states, but it is here. Potential serious problem. So, many of us think there's a need for action here, and that action involves amending our Constitution to create a lieutenant governor position. But we should do it the New Hampshire way. We should have, in our view, a citizen lieutenant governor, the way we have citizen legislators like us. CA-CR 7 calls for the lieutenant governor to receive the same salary as that Senate president, which is $125 a year. So this could be a wonderful example of improving government in the best way. Think about it, essentially doubling our gubernatorial manpower at virtually no cost. Our governor, as you know, gets countless invitations, more than he or she could ever begin to accept. There's a whole scheduler in the governor's office. Building dedications, ribbon cuttings, testimonials, funerals, school visits, on and on. A lieutenant governor could double the productivity in the capacity of the governor's office to be a presence and support so many things around the state that would be wonderful. And again, at basically no cost, according to our proposed CA-CR 7, or $125. So the line of succession would be cleaner. New Hampshire voters would now vote for a ticket and be assured that the state would avoid chaos that would occur if a governor gets struck by lightning, which we hope would never happen, but we need to think about it. Especially if the Senate president is of a different party, which has happened a couple of times, I pointed out already. The succession issue addressed by CA-CR 7 is nonpartisan, as there is no way to know which parties will control which offices in the future. Now some will argue we've never done that before, or I know I can hear it now. I've already heard it. Or we've gotten along fine without a lieutenant governor for 240 years. So I need to start now. Or just because every other state has a lieutenant governor doesn't mean we need to have one. But those, I think, are all flawed arguments. And hopefully when this measure goes to executive session, it can be appropriately discussed and refuted. By the way, there's growing interest in this. There's going to be a Concord Monitor piece on it later this week. So it's something that is getting more and more attention, just FYI. So anyway, we think this is a really great proposal that improves the line of succession, improves the productivity and capacity of the governor's office. It precludes the potential chaos that would result if the governor needed to be replaced midway through a term, and all for $125 a year. So I think we can do this, and I think we should do this. So thanks for your time. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Good, we've got a few. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and welcome, Colonel Moffett. Nice to see you, other than on the mound pitching softballs at us Democrats. So I see you've done a lot of thinking about this and hypothesized, but I'm wondering, is it realistic to expect someone to assume a position where you haven't given much example of what they would have to do, and you don't set that out? It would be quite different from New Hampshire's current situation, where the Senate president is already appointed. There is nothing analogous to the United States vice president who presides over the Senate and has that responsibility, and there is no Senate president except Senate President pro tem. So is it reasonable to expect that a person serving in this role would do so in any meaningful way for $125 a year? That's my question. First question.
Sure, absolutely, and a great question. The answer is yes. I mean, look at all of you, look at all of us. Would this position, would it be hard to fill this position? Absolutely not. I think there is a great universe of people who could balance a ticket, so to speak. Look at us. As I said, the New Hampshire way, we are citizen legislators, and I think whoever a governor might pick as a running mate to the governor, I think they is, as I said, a wide universe of possibilities, and to what would they do? We've heard all these quotes about the vice presidency, but I think it's very exciting to, I mean, picture the next governor, whoever he or she may be, from whichever party, and think about, you know, who they might want to have as a running mate to augment, to balance, to complement the skills or whatever the current governor has. So to answer your question, yes, I think there's all kinds of people who would be wonderful candidates as lieutenant governor, would want to do it, and then it would be up to the governor really to decide if they want to make the lieutenant governor an energy czar or whatever. But lots of possibilities.
Follow up.
Briefly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So have you costed out what it would actually cost for a lieutenant governor position? Because the person would be essentially very handicapped, if not useless, if they were all there by themselves. To the degree they have to have a staff. Now you're talking about additional space and also costs. And the staff is not going to work for $125 a year.
Another good question. I think that lieutenant governor, if there was one, or hopefully will be one, I think they basically all they would need would be a desk, really, and a phone. The current chief executive staff, the government staff would stay the same, and this would just be in addition to the staff who would be first line of succession and would understand and know what was going on in that office. And so I see no, other than the $125 and a desk and maybe a phone line, if that, I see no necessary major expenses to implement this.
Thank you.
Yep. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Representative Moffett.
Morning, Representative.
I am not sure if I missed it, but I didn't see any thing in the amendment to upgrade this person's salary should they become governor and have to take that job for a long term. What would be your intention for salary at that point? I doubt that they would do their
Sure.
job.
Sure. I'll tell you, when Senator Morse became acting governor for however many days, he immediately, this is already a practice, he immediately received thousands of dollars in salary for the time that he served as acting chief executive. So that's already in place, Representative. Lieutenant governor is elevated, as is past practice, they would be paid the full salary of the governor.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. Okay, so you're saying that that's been practiced. However, do you not feel that it should be incorporated in the law?
I don't know that it's necessary because of past practice, but if this is the committee's bill now, and if there was a desire to codify that or to confirm that, that certainly would be easily done if you wanted to do that.
Thank you.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Moffett, I was a little bit late getting on today, so I apologize if you've already addressed this. But on the first page on line 5, I see that whose title shall be His Excellency. I was wondering if maybe we could address that at the same time.
Sure, great point. Working with OLS in the current constitutional article that covers succession, His Excellency, I think, is an outmoded term. That's an excellent point. I think it should say His or Her Excellency. I agree. Great point.
Representative Schultz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like this on concept. So for what it's worth, I worked for the Lieutenant Governor of Kentucky before. Don't you think they would need at least a scheduling staff person? I know you mentioned that the governor, that person's staff could do what would be needed for the lieutenant governor. But have you looked at what sort of staff lieutenant governors typically have? And my second question is, do you know how many lieutenant governors are elected separately in other states? Because that's an interesting concept too.
Sure, good questions. I know there are at least 43 other lieutenant governors, and there's a breakdown. Some run as a ticket, which we propose here, and some are elected separately. If you go back in history, you might recall that our country, it used to be the vice president was the one who got the second most votes, and that didn't work out, so that was fixed. In terms of staff, we, or the sponsors, really don't envision or want, really, given, like I said, the New Hampshire way, to give the lieutenant governor staff like the lieutenant governor of Massachusetts has. I mean, right now we have no lieutenant governor, and I think the New Hampshire way would be, as I said, to pay him $125 and just have he or she augment the current staff. So as I said, I think the current scheduler could certainly easily, plug in the lieutenant governor for a bridge dedication up in Colebrook, which I think would be wonderful because so many invites come to the governor's office and most of them aren't answered. I think it would be good civics, it would be good service, and I don't see any need for staff. Now, I'm somebody who worries about growing, believe me, growing bureaucracy and growing government. And I know some folks from my side initially looked at me and said, what are you doing? And again, I hope you look at the New Hampshire way that we propose here, which would involve no new staff, just a desk and using existing staff.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Moffett. Are there other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I call
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Judy.
Yes, I have a question, please.
Go ahead.
You hear me? Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Murphy, good morning. And I understand really clear your idea, but we don't know if we need it or not. What type of requirements or qualification this person need to become the lieutenant governor?
Merci beaucoup pour votre question. The qualifications would be the same as for governor. And beyond that, again, I think it's exciting. Beyond, they'd have to obviously satisfy the same age residency requirements as the governor. But beyond that, they could be anyone. It could be any of you. If the next governor wanted you to get that $25 raise and become lieutenant governor. So in terms of qualifications, same as what's in place now. And the duties would be at the pleasure of the governor.
Merci, monsieur, merci.
Sure.
Representative Fellows, do you have another question?
I'm just, since we have a couple of minutes, Madam Chair, I was just wondering if I can get a better explanation of why there's an assumption that he or she only needs $125 and won't have any duties assigned and won't need staff.
Fellows, Representative Moffett covered that at the beginning of the hearing, and we do have two other people who wish to testify, so I would rather hear from them first. Representative,
that's fine.
Representative Horrigan?
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am Representative Timothy Horgan. I represent Stratford County's District 6, the towns of Durham and Madbury. And I've been a member of the Hampshire for 13 years now. We've been struggling the whole time to a certain constitutional office, which is few of any function. Well, struggling is over dramatic word. Most people are oblivious to the issue of the officer probate, but and I think, basically it's a nominal office with only a few more duties than this one would have if we pass the CACR. But I think it's dangerous having an elective office with no power, because even a nominal office can be abused. So actually, none of the counties have had much trouble since 2009 to register probate. They've had trouble with the county treasurer, who paid a few $1,000s, and then also the county attorney, who's actually a full-time job with a real salary. But still, I've tried various legislative initiatives, not when restoring some of his powers or for that eliminating it. So once we create this constitutional office, it's going to be very hard to get rid of it. I actually didn't pick up in the text of CACR that Representative Moffett and the sponsors intended to pay the lieutenant governor just $125 a year. I think even though I've been working for $100 a year for 13 years now, I frankly, I don't think that's a good idea. I think that's an issue maybe a little bit outside the purview of the CHR, but I think actually we need to move towards paying ourselves an actual salary. So like, if you don't want to take the salary, you can donate to charity. I actually don't think it's a good idea to they pay the Senate president $125 a year, or the lieutenant governor. And actually, I think in my testimony further on, I'll deal with that issue. But anyway, it's a new constitutional office, the office of lieutenant governor. The office holder has no specific duties at all, aside from waiting around for the governor to become incapacitated, die, or resign. And what most states do have a lieutenant governor, and that lieutenant governor serves as the president of the Senate as well. Just much like the vice president of the United States. So they usually don't vote except when there's a tie. So here in New Hampshire, we do it differently. We elect the Senate elects its own president, who's first in line to be acting governor. Of course, we heard several times. It hasn't happened a few times. I really don't think it's been problematic. I don't think it would have been a big deal even if Senator Susie had, for some reason, become the acting governor in place of Sununu. I actually don't think that would have been a problem. Maybe partially I'm biased, because I like Senator Susie. I think she's a great senator. And also, in terms of changing the parties, most of the voters who will vote for this lieutenant governor are the largest bloc are undeclared, who aren't a member of either party. So I don't think they'd necessarily be troubled by that. We might actually have people voting for a Democrat for the governor, and then a Republican on the lieutenant governor to balance things out. We're getting a lot of voters are going to do that, but I don't know about running as a ticket. We've never elected people. We've never done that except for the president of the United States, which is a different case. I really don't know how that works. I'm not sure if that's even a good idea. I think actually most of the voters would prefer to have an a la carte approach to it. Most of them would at least have the option to choose one party's governor and the other party's lieutenant governor. So I certainly think we probably should consider, if you want to go through this at all, giving the lieutenant governor some constitutional function, such as presiding over the Senate or chairing the executive council, or even this is sort of a slightly joking comment, taking over the few duties to the 10 counties' current registers of probate. But if we do that, we need a different amendment. We need a much longer amendment. And this version of the amendment makes no provision for an acting lieutenant governor when there's a vacancy in that office. It merely provides that the Senate president, followed by several other officers, would be next in line to serve as acting governor. But there's no provision here for an acting lieutenant governor. There's also we probably have to amend several other articles of the Constitution to accommodate this new office. And of course, also we'd have to pass a lot of statute law too. But although if the amendment passes, it would take effect it's on a convening day in January 2022, and then the next general election is until 2024. So that does give us a couple of years to sort that out, but that's still anyway. So I'm going to say finally, if this is added against the general court would, as I just said, have to make some changes to statute law. Doing some changes would cost money. I know the New Hampshire way is to do things without spending any money, without giving people any resources, without hiring enough staff for institutions to run. I know that's the New Hampshire way. But I don't think that's workable for the lieutenant governor. I don't think we'll have a hard time. I just don't think that's going to work. So you need to be paid a salary. I definitely don't think $125 that the president's delegate is a realistic salary, even for the Senate president. For creating new office, we should give them, I think they probably would, certainly should probably be end up being paid at grade LL in the salary schedule in RSA 94:1 A and B. And of course, you all know that by heart. I probably don't know it by heart, but the commissioners, other officials paid at those grades, which is like the Attorney General, the Commissioner of Education, et cetera, et cetera. They currently make a little more, less than $140,000 a year plus benefits. I believe I agree with Representative Schmidt and Redmount that this lieutenant governor is going to need a staff, going to need a chief of staff at a minimum. Even President Morris has a staff all of whom are actually paid real salaries. He's the only person in the Senate President's office who does the job for $125 a year. So he needed chief of staff, probably the chief of staff will probably need a staffer. The chief of staff is probably going to need a staff, and even if we do it all just the governor's staff, that's more work for the governor's staff. So I'm thinking at a bare minimum, if we pass this, the taxpayers should be on the hook for at least $250,000 a year, probably a lot more, especially if we're paying this person mileage to go around to Colebrook, open bridges and stuff. So that's definitely into the 6 figures, possibly even the 7 figures to create this job, which is, and I'm not necessarily against creating jobs, even government jobs. I'm not necessarily against paying the lieutenant governor staffers a real salary, or even paying the lieutenant governor a real salary. I don't think that's a bad thing, but it's still a lot of money to pay for an office which has nothing in particular to do. I mean, even though obviously the lieutenant governors will find things to do with the governor, will give them projects and stuff. I think that's still a lot of money to pay for an officer which has no set duties. So I definitely, my recommendation is just finding this inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you, Representative Horrigan. Will you take a question?
Oh, absolutely, sure.
Representative Groda?
He's muted. I saw her ask the question, but I couldn't hear it because he's muted. So
He's muted, yes. Please unmute yourself. There we go.
Still muted.
Representative Groda, do you no longer have a question?
I do. I was muted. I didn't realize it.
Okay.
Representative Moffett, you say in your testimony that you think that having having the governor being replaced by a person outside of their party is a problem. Why is that? Why do you see that as a problem?
Well, that's how things are now, and I cited 2 examples where that has happened. Republican replacing a Democrat and a Democrat replacing Republican for the short term. The reason I think it's an issue long term, I mentioned this already in terms of staff. If, for example, if Senator Soucy had to replace Governor Sununu in 2020 or 2019, a staff is personalized to the chief executive. So the concern is that would the new governor mesh with the staff? Maybe not. Would the new governor replace all the staff? So that's the concern about if a member of if the state Senate president was of one party and the governor was of another, having a ticket removes that problem.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, excuse me, Representative Bailey.
If it's a concern that the parties change, before you establish this office, couldn't you just work the succession such that it skips over people of different parties?
Well, the statute is in place now. I don't know. I mean, if something happened right now to Governor Sununu, God forbid, by the Constitution, Senate President Morris has to become, he is first in line in succession. So I don't know how we could skip over anyone if they were of a contrasting party.
Can I answer that? This is actually my question time, but the parties aren't mentioned really in the Constitution at all. That's something that's evolved over the years. And also, it's not even necessarily the case that a Senate president of the same party might necessarily take the same approach as the ex-governor. So that's not necessarily a given either. I can certainly, certainly if, like, say, Chuck Morse became the acting governor, he has a different approach to things than Sununu, for example, although that would probably not be, probably wouldn't create much.
Thank
Staff
you.
would probably tested that one easily. So.
Other questions for Representative Horrigan? Seeing none, I call out Mr. Alvin C.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman and the members of the committee. I'd like to say I'm Alvin C. I live in Loudon and I'm in favor of this bill. My biggest concern that I think this addresses is if there's a long-term replacement of the governor, that if the Senate president is filling in for an extended period of time, that there's a conflict where the Constitution really wanted the legislative branch to be separate from the executive branch, and that this muddies the water there. Also, as far as a technical thing within the bill itself, on page 1, lines 20 to 22, where it lists the qualifications for the governor, it probably should also say the governor and lieutenant governor. That would be on line 22 after the word governor, add and lieutenant governor. The other concern I have about this bill is the text that has to be printed on the ballot. There's 2.5 pages. It's 82 lines in the bill that has to be printed on each and every ballot throughout the state. And that's a lot of reading for somebody who hasn't planned ahead for this. I don't know whether that instruction to the for on the ballot can be summarized and made a little more brief or not. And the last thing I wanted to mention, in several cases on lines 19 and 22, it talks about, uses the word plurality. In the 1912 Constitutional Convention, the Constitution originally had the word majority in that place. Now it has plurality, and in the case of line 22, having the word plurality kind of makes the rest of the sentence redundant or ineffective, because the plurality, you can get a plurality if at least one ballot is cast for an office, because a plurality is simply the most, whoever gets the most votes, rather than a majority, which required over 50% of the votes. And there was provision in there, and that's what all the rest of that was how the legislature would select the governor if there wasn't a majority. While that's not necessarily a problem for this particular amendment, I just thought I'd bring that up since you're having to make changes in that sentence. It's a little bit poorly structured now anyway. And that's all I have. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Schuett has one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. C, I just want to be sure you're listed in the sign as supporting the bill. However, a lot of the language inconsistencies that point out almost indicate that you are opposed to it in the current form. Can you clarify for sure your position?
I am in favor of having a lieutenant governor. There is some wording issues in the proposed amendment that may make it a little bit awkward for the voters or for eventual implementation. And I'll leave that to the committee's wisdom to resolve.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on CACR 7? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And open the public hearing on how,
Madam Chair, before we open the public meeting, may I finish the roll call to be sure that on audio we have everyone? Because I think everyone's come in. Representative Fellows?
excuse me, I will open the public hearing because we're having a little difficulty with our sound. The staff is here to take care of it. We will take a short break while we hopefully fix our sound issues.
Okay, thank you.
Jackie, I'm home alone.
Okay. And I think I see Representative Pearson.
Yeah, I'm here. How's this microphone working out?
Good.
Excellent.
Representative Sytek, I see him in the lobby. I mean, in the LOB, sorry. And Representative Lanzara, you're home?
I am, yes, and everybody is home from school Zooming in Nashua.
Oh, great. And I don't see Representative Roy yet. So, okay, thank you.
Someone just talk a little bit.
Did you just ask somebody to talk?
Yes, please.
Okay. We can do that. This is, I presume, you want someone to talk over Zoom land?
Yeah, just so I can, it seems like the volume's up too loud here.
I'm not sure what you said, but I'm sure it was eloquent. All right. We do hear quite a bit of background noise, and I'm not sure what that's from.
Yeah, I'm trying to determine what's causing it. Seems like it's just getting too much mic gain.
Good morning.
How about now, Bradley? Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, did you want me to do something?
Yeah, I just want you to talk a little bit just so we can see if there's any feedback.
Okay, I can ramble a little bit up here. I'm
Ramble on, like Led Zeppelin?
well, maybe you can help me, Representative. Without a topic, it's a little more difficult for me to keep it going.
Talking about Led Zeppelin? Is that
Well,
really?
Go ahead, talk about Led Zeppelin.
Led Zeppelin. Well, we could talk about, let's see. So 50th anniversaries of things. Let's see. It's 1971. What the heck happened then? Well, actually right now we got guys on the moon 50 years ago today collecting things. I think Alan Shepard hits his golf ball on the moon tomorrow. It's either today or tomorrow, 50 years ago.
1971 is when the United States went off gold.
We went off of gold in 71. Is that what you said, Matt?
So the sound is really good. It sounds like
Yep. They stopped it because France was importing so much
of our goal. They didn't want us to lose it all because well, anyway, yeah, 71 Nixon took us off gold.
Brian, did you have something to say?
Yeah, the sound is coming through really good. It sounds like Representative Pearson. It sounds like your mic gain is too high.
My mic gain. Yeah, how about now? If I just pull the mic away from my face.
Yeah, it sounds that the problem is coming from yours, I believe.
Yeah, I don't understand how I'm having the problems with the microphones. This is a brand new headset.
If you go into your sound settings, you can turn down your mic boost.
Okay.
Mic boost is what it is.
Got it. All right, I'll see if I can do that.
Drop that down to like 10.
Well, there's no real number.
I think you should switch back to your other headset. This is poor sound quality from you than we've had in the past, and the sound quality is relatively crappy from virtually everybody today. So I think it's a bug in the network.
So Peter, you're saying this is worse than when I was just on my laptop microphone?
I think this is not as good. Why don't you switch it off?
All right, I can try that.
Yeah, you sound like a helicopter pilot from the news with the headset, just so you know. But I mean, you can still hear you clearly.
I can hear him very clearly with the new setup.
It just has a weird, like, I don't know what the word is for it, a tin, T-I-N, tinny kind of noise, like a helicopter pilot on the news.
Okay, we should be good.
Thank you, sir.
One other quickie. Can you set
Yes.
that to speaker view so that we can actually see who's speaking?
Oh,
All right. Resuming our hearing then, I don't see Representative Weiler on the attendance list.
Madam Chair, are you in need of someone just to introduce it?
Yes, please do.
Sure, I can do that. Since I'm familiar with it.
Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, members of EDNA. For the record, I am Representative Pearson, Rockingham District 6 in Derry. House Bill 298 is a bill that we saw last session in reference to a spot on the aviation board for what technically is called an unmanned aircraft, which we would all generally know as a drone. This went through committee in the prior session. There was really very little issue with this, and got caught up in the omnibus disaster that happened over in the Senate. I think it's pretty straightforward. It's just adding an additional person to the advisory board, and that's really all they are, is an advisory board.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, can I interject? There is a phone number, somebody is phoning in, and it appears to be a number that could very well be Representative Weiler. And if he could raise his hand by hitting *9 on his phone, we would know for sure.
I can look him up too real quick to see if that's true.
Well, we can't see the entire phone number, but the last 3 digits.
Yeah, that's him. That's him.
Yes.
Yep, that's Kenny.
Whoever that phone number is, you have.
Can you hear me?
Please unmute yourself and identify yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
*6
All right, Representative Ken Weiler is on this phone. I've tried 10 times to get onto the website. I put in everything I could think of and signed in it 3 times, and nothing seems to go through.
Well, you're here now. Please, we've introduced the bill. Please explain it to us.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is Representative Ken Weiler, Rockingham 13, introducing House Bill 298. This is almost the same bill that was passed out of this committee in the last session as House Bill 1222. It passed out of the House on a voice vote. The Senate tabled it along with many other bills. We are still in need of having an experienced drone or unmanned aircraft system operator on the Aviation Users Advisory Board. This year, the Mercatus Center released a report titled, "Which States Are Prepared for the Drone Industry?" A 50-state report card released 2.0. The report details the drone services are being tested and permitted. Progress in the United States has been slow, in part because of a lack of clarity about the federal and state roles over drone and airspace management. They rate New Hampshire as number 26. The Aviation Users Advisory Board is a valuable agency when it comes to recommending aviation policy or legislation. With the new developments coming to us, we rely on this agency to work on policy for our state. In order for the board to be fully informed, they need a permitted drone operator on the board. Because of frequent changes to the federal air regulations dealing with the permitting of the drone operators, the amendment that has been offered, I hope it has come to the committee, changes the reference to 14 CFR section 107.53 et seq to 107 et seq, where et seq is Latin, ETSEQ, for et sequentes, which is a legal term for and the following. Thus, if the CFR makes minor changes to the section and renumbers or adds something, we will not have to change our state law if we make this amendment to 107.53 et seq. Thank you. No, I mean 107 et seq. I think
Yes.
that's the language. I get it.
There are some questions. Will you be answering them?
Yes.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler, you say this bill is almost the same as last year's. Is that proposed amendment that you spoke of, is that the only change from last year?
That's my belief. Yes, I think that's the only change.
Thank you.
Representative Schmidt?
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler, we have in Stratford County one of the outstanding drone operators in the state, I believe. Skip Christenberry, you may know him. I would certainly wonder whether we are holding back our industry in a significant way and preventing it from taking a bigger part of our economy. Is it your opinion that there are any states where they have gotten farther out ahead of us, and where you see the kind of development that's possible with an appropriate, participation such as your bill suggests?
I would go by that Mercatus report, and I would be happy to try to link it to the committee and send it on so that you could all have a chance to read it as references, Bill. And it would tell you some of the suggestions that have been done in the other states that they rate higher. And that would be a good way to start. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
There are no other questions. I will call Tricia Lambert.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
See if I can do a video too as well. There you are. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Tricia Lambert, and I'm the administrator for the New Hampshire Department of Transportation, Bureau of Aeronautics. I thought I would come briefly just to say that the Bureau is in support of this bill. UAS or drones have been a very big part of our life here at the department, both from a regulatory view and as well as the department beginning to use drones for our day-to-day work to make it cheaper, safer, faster, and all those things. I will also tell you that we are, just as a complement to the Aviation Users Advisory Board, the UAS position is definitely very needed. Each person on the board represents a facet of aviation that provides the necessary up-to-date information to the department so that we can continue to be up on aviation issues as they happen. Currently, we do not have anybody on the board that has this type of experience, so we are in very much support of that position to be part of this Aviation Users Advisory Group board. It was mentioned earlier that the Aviation Users Advisory Board is advisory in nature. They are also a hearings board. So if you were to have some type of a situation regarding a drone that would require a hearing, this would be the board that would eventually hear it after it proceeded through the process. So they also are part of that role as well. I know there's, I believe, other members that like to speak, but thank you very much for allowing me to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lambert. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Badolato.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to testify, Madam Chairwoman McGuire and the committee members. I just will echo a little bit of what Tricia just spoke about. I am a member of the Aviation Users Advisory Board. I am the vice chair. And I also work for PlaneSense Inc., which is a fractional ownership program operating out of Portsmouth. So I'm a member as a corporate aviation constituency. And it's important for folks to understand that this board does have two roles. It does have an advisory role, and it does have a hearing role, an appeals hearing role. And we're finding ourselves, grappling with UAS related issues for which the current membership doesn't have a lot of expertise and experience in order to be able to perform its advisory role, certainly to the Bureau of Aeronautics. And we are also similarly concerned that as we go down the road with an ever expanding and complex new area of aviation, that we're going to find ourselves in the position of having to adjudicate, if you will, on an appeals hearing on a topic for which we don't have a lot of exposure and experience. So I can't overstate our concern and our belief that it's going to be very important for us and for the state to have an additional member to this board to deal directly with UAS and give good input and exposure for the board to that industry. I think that's all I need to say. Again, thank you for for this opportunity for me to testify.
Thank you. Will you answer a question?
I certainly will.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Badolato, given the fact of your testimony that you don't have much expertise, and this is an area where expertise is very significant, how do you help yourselves? I preface my question with stating that, again, that Stratford County has an outstanding drone operator, and I've learned a tremendous amount from conversing with him. Are you seeking advice from skilled individuals such as Mr. Christenberry with regard to issues that come before you involving drone operations?
I think that most of us are familiar with someone in the industry. We certainly do talk to folks in the industry about issues. And I think one of our members actually has gotten his operator's license. but it's not quite the same as having somebody on the board with you to hear the issues, particularly at the meetings, real time, and have the opportunity to weigh in on those real time.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 298? Okay. Seeing none, I will close the hearing. And Lekas, would you introduce House Bill 298?
298 is the one we just heard.
Oh, you're so right. 302, my mistake.
And I've looked this over. Wasn't prepared for that, but let's see what I can do.
Just say you're introducing it and you won't take questions.
All right, I'm introducing House Bill 302. It's relative to the creation and use of electronic records by government agencies. There's probably better people to answer questions than me.
Thank you, Representative Lekas. We'll keep an eye out for Representative Ober. I'd like to ask Margaret Burns from the Municipal Association to speak next.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Burns. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are here in support of House Bill 302. By way of a little background of how this bill came to be, over the past several years, many municipalities have been transitioning from paper to electronic documents as well as signatures as a way of becoming more efficient and saving money. Then, due to the pandemic, the need for operating virtually and electronically became even more apparent and even more widespread among political subdivisions. However, in reading the applicable law, which is RSA 294-E, it would appear that political subdivisions have authority to use electronic records and signatures only if standards have been already adopted by the Secretary of State's office and the Department of Information Technology. I think at best, the language in 294E is ambiguous. Standards have been adopted for the state many years ago, but there are currently no standards in place for cities, towns, and other political subdivisions. As a result, shortly after the state of emergency was declared, Governor Sununu included in Emergency Order 23 authority for municipalities to use electronic records and signatures despite the ambiguity currently in 294-E. After that, NHMA and our board chair at the time, Sean Mulholland, who is also in the hearing this morning, contacted Commissioner Goulet of the Department of Information Technology. We talked about the issue and we worked on the language that is now House Bill 302 to rectify the problem. House Bill 302 would clarify that municipalities may use electronic records and signatures even once the state of emergency has ended and even without specific standards being created for municipalities by the state. In a nutshell, what the bill does is it continues to allow DOIT to adopt standards, but it also makes clear that even in the absence of those standards, political subdivisions, cities, towns, village districts, et cetera, can use electronic records and signatures so that they may continue to engage in that practice even after this state of emergency is over. So we think this is a very important clarification in the law. And of course, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Lekas.
In Part 2, Section B, there's a couple of places where must is replaced by should. I'm wondering what the purpose of that is. I mean, because if standards are created, it sounds like they wouldn't need to be followed in that case.
I think the reasoning behind changing some of the words, the must to should, as well as the shall determine being changed to may develop standards, is to make clear that the Department of Information Technology can still adopt those standards, but even in the absence of those standards, municipalities can use electronic records and signatures. So they're not waiting on the development of those standards in order to have the authority to use electronic records and signatures. So that was the reasoning behind changing some of those must and may words that are currently in 294-E.
Are there other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I call Sean Mulholland.
I'll just add to what Margaret has already stated. I'm not going to repeat all of those things. Basically, the opportunity to develop standards has been in place since September 11th of 2001, quite some time ago, and those agencies have not had the opportunity to do that, probably because they don't have the resources to be able to do that. They have developed standards for state agencies, but not for counties and municipalities. These changes, again, will allow us to continue to work together with DOIT, Secretary of State's Office, and Admin Services, should they get into a position where they can create standards. And we hope that they do. We want to work with them. We are partners with them, and we help make these changes in partnership with DOIT. So I think this is just an opportunity for us to continue to work together. But again, those agencies apparently are not in a position at this point to be able to develop those standards. And this allows us to use electronic records and electronic signatures, which of course we have been doing as municipalities and counties for a very long time anyway. And this just clarifies that language.
Thank you, Mr. Mulholland. Are there any questions from the committee? I don't see any, so thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 302? Seeing none, I will close the hearing. Put up. Excellent. So we have a few minutes before our next hearing begins at 11. So does someone have a motion?
I have a motion.
Yes, Representative Roy.
I would like to move 8247. Please read it first.
What number? Which one?
247. Oh, 274, sorry. Is there a second?
We couldn't hear him, Madam Chair.
We didn't hear it. I'm sorry. Could you repeat? What was the motion?
The motion was House Bill 274, inexpedient to legislate, by Representative Roy.
I'll second.
Seconded by Representative Blackus. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes. This is the bill that has the state picking up portions of retirement funding.
We can't hear Representative Roy at all.
Is that better?
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
This is the bill having the state pick up a portion of the retirement funding for the municipalities. I'm moving this bill inexpedient to legislate because I believe at this particular point in time, the state has no additional funds to even entertain this. And the only way the state would be able to raise funds would be to increase business taxes, which would crush our small businesses at this time. So while the concept behind it may at some point in the future have merit, currently it's not feasible at all. Thank you.
Representative Blackus, do you wish to speak to your second?
Ditto, basically.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this bill, on this motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Representative.
If I may speak, Representative O'Brien?
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With deepest respect to my fellow committee members for making the recommendation of ITO, but the statement goes that the state cannot afford it in general terms. Well, here's the problem. Municipalities can't support it. In the situation of my constituents, a city of approximately 100,000 people, the city of Nashua, is paying just in pension costs $4.4 million. I don't know about you. I lost $100 on the Super Bowl last night, but $4.4 million is very hard for the taxpayers to feel. Now, let's step back, retro back a bit. The state used to pay 35% towards the pension costs. This is not asking to go back to the 35% years. This is just asking to assist the taxpayers of your communities. Because if you have one police officer that's in the New Hampshire retirement system, one teacher that is in the New Hampshire retirement system, or one firefighter in the New Hampshire retirement system, or perhaps some of your employees, you are feeling this particular pinch locally. And let's keep in mind, in 1967, at the formation of the New Hampshire retirement system, to combine all four different entities into the one system, the promise was made by the state of New Hampshire to come into that we will pay 35%. So this, to me, is a very well thought out bill. It doesn't ask for the 35%, but asks a practical amount of 5% to alleviate the helps to your cities and towns. I think if you went back, and I hope you did, but if you went back and talked to your town leaders, I think they would agree with me, that this is an unfortunate pinch that has affected. Now, what gets done? That might not be some sand on the roads or other things. When the municipality, such as Nashua, is paying $4.4 million that wasn't expected 10 years ago, other things have fallen off the radar to improve the municipality. So this has great impact. It has great impact to your constituents and has great impact for the cities and towns that you live in. So I cannot support the ITL. I think this is would be kicking the can down the road and not doing the proper responsibility that we as legislators should do to look to our cities and towns in the system in this endeavor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Long. Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be voting in opposition to the ITL motion. While 5% is a small amount and not nearly close to the 35% that the state had in years prior, I think it's a step in the right direction. I don't believe it's up to this committee to deal with whether it's affordable or not in the budget. This committee's dealing with this is whether or not we feel it's the right thing to do. And if we pass this, it will go to finance and they will determine whether there is money available or not. So for that reason, I think we are going in the right direction. I think it's time to give back to our local communities, and I will be voting against the ITL motion. Thank you.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to not repeat things others have said. I will say this is, I will be opposing the ITL motion because this is the issue I hear most about from my constituents, is how high the property taxes are. And this was a promise made to cities and towns. And to have eliminated it in the first place, I think was abhorrent. And for all the rhetoric around taxes, we really have let the people of the Granite State down. And the property tax is too high of a burden for most people across the state. And we need to, 5% is really not enough. That's it.
Thank you. Representative Fontenot.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I too must oppose the ITL motion and based on the consequences on property taxes. One of the biggest issues that I hear from my constituents is affordable housing. And in New Hampshire, it is actually considered to be at a crisis level, affordable housing. We have an extreme lack of it. We have a large homeless population that is struggling, and a lot of that goes back to property taxes. Affordable housing cannot exist with the rate of property tax that we are leveling. So I have to oppose any legislation that will be passing higher rates back to my constituents' property tax rates. And I think the 5% asking the state to come back and put in 5% is a minimal amount, but it at least is something to help the property tax payers. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too echo the sentiments of the previous speakers. We are a policy committee, and this committee has an obligation to stand up for the promise, the commitment that the state made all those years ago, which it kept up until the time of the Bill O'Brien legislature, when one party chose to zero out the commitment and the contribution that the state was making under its obligation under the law, and has slapped the face of the taxpayers in every community in this state. And we have an obligation as a policy committee to step up to state that we wish to reinstate to the degree possible the contribution that the state committed to make. If the finance committee says we can't afford it, well, that may be a reality, but the policy is our obligation. And it was a shameful step that the legislative majority back in those days made. I know I voted against it, and all my Democratic colleagues voted against it. So it's time to get off that track and get back on the right track.
I'd like to make 2 points. One is that it was actually Governor Lynch who proposed reducing this state contribution. The legislature merely agreed with him and went even further than he had suggested. And secondly, I'm opposed to it on the principle that if the state is paying for part of your retirement, right now the state has no ability to affect the number of your employees or how much you pay them. That's your business or your town's business. If the state is paying a contribution toward the retirement system, they could very well say, you can't pay a teacher more than X. You can't pay a police chief more than Y. And I know that those numbers vary throughout the state. My town, which chooses to pay its policemen not very much, continually loses newly trained policemen to go to even other towns that choose to pay more. So if I'm contributing to the pension benefits of your employees, who you choose how many you have and what you're paying them, and you are choosing to pay twice, 3 times what our town is choosing to pay, then I should get a say in how many people you're hiring and what you're paying them. And I think that that is something that the smaller towns are more concerned with than the idea that the state will help to pay for their own employees.
Well, Madam Chair, if I may respond, that is an interesting argument, which is, it has an absolute element of fact in it. But I think many of the cities and towns experience the pirating, if you will, of employees, or at the very least, the luring away of employees by higher salaries than might be the norm. But the bottom line is that the state made that commitment, and it honored it all those years.
Representative Schmidt, you've said that. Please do not repeat yourself. Representative Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm pleased to see that we're all in agreement on this bill. Having said that, I actually I am sympathetic to the plight of the cities and towns. However, I would echo what the chairman said. With regard to the state having no control over what is going to be done, and it's basically writing a blank check. Having said that, if there were some controls in place, I might support this at a future time. But of all the times to be calling in this chit that the state committed to many decades ago, in the middle of a pandemic is not the time to be calling that in, and to put that extra stress on our businesses when they're going under is not the right time to do it. In regard to the tax argument, the tax rates are set by the towns. They decide who to hire, what raises and contracts to agree to, not the state. And I would suggest that the citizens of the municipalities look to their towns to keep their taxes in check. Thank you.
Representative Baroda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can all be sympathetic to either side of the issue. Unfortunately, but my thought is that it's all one community. Whether it's industry that's hurting or whether or not it's citizens that are hurting, we're all the same. And two, I think it's irrelevant to me whether or not you're a business that's hurting or whether or not you're a citizen that's hurting, because everyone's looking for relief of some kind. And I think that this 5% is a small contribution. Thank you. I'll be voting in favor of the bill.
Thank you. Representative Sitek.
I'd like to make a couple points that are less cogent than what the chairman has brought up, but I think they should.
Can't hear him.
Can't hear him.
Speak more loudly.
Can you hear me now? I'd like to make a couple points which are
Still
less.
can't hear.
One of the microphones in the room, rather than trying to use your computer microphone, Representative Sitek, would be helpful.
Terry, right there.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to make a couple points which are less cogent than what the chairman has said. First, we are not the policy committee on this. I think the entire tax structure of New Hampshire needs to be studied by a policy committee. I'm not satisfied either with high property taxes, but the alternatives aren't attractive. So I do not like, even if we were the policy committee, I don't like a patchwork approach that we pulled 5% out of the air. Maybe 6% is better, 3.5% is better. This just does not, that sort of approach does not appeal to me. I'd really like our tax structure studied. The second point is this. The promise was made 50 years ago. Come on. That's convenient to say, but the inconvenient truth is at this time, communities would pay to get into the retirement system rather than the other way around for the benefits that it affords, that it's one-stop shopping, that it handles all the administrative and investment features. So a 50-year-old promise, I made one to my wife. That's the only one I'm intended to keep. Thank you.
Representative Allegro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be voting in favor of this ITL, and I would like to address a couple of the arguments that have been advanced against it. First of all, this is a policy question indeed, in its very deepest sense. And the question is, or the policy issue is, whether or not it's the responsibility of the municipalities to administer their own budgets and maintain something of a balanced account. Now, the fact that the municipalities, certain municipalities face a problem is an exact example of why they should be attending to their own budgets and not relying on the states. It therefore should not be the policy of the states to look, in plain English, to bail out municipalities who are not attending to their budget properly. Now, the other thing I would like to address, and I think I heard this properly, there was a little, the audio is not ideal. So I'm not sure if I heard properly, but I think I heard one of our colleagues say that we're all the same. And therefore we should all be perhaps in one big pool of slush fund. But I would beg to disagree that we're all the same. Some municipalities manage their budgets appropriately and some do not. So having addressed those two, I would just like to repeat briefly, I'll be voting in favor of this ITL and encourage the municipalities to attend to their budgets properly.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will vote against ITL because I know that of all the state, all of the New Hampshire dollars that are raised to support state and local government, 2/3 of that is raised from property taxes. And no other state puts that high a burden on their property taxpayers.
Thank you. Representative Groda.
I want to respond to my fellow representative who made a comment about my response, in that it's not a slush fund. This retirement benefit is attached to real people who do real work for the state and the municipalities. And I dare say that many municipalities are very conscious of their budget. And I think that unless you have data that shows that there are irresponsible municipalities, I think that is an affront to the towns in New Hampshire who work very hard. Thank you.
I don't believe anyone would disagree with that. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Put myself back in the picture. I also will be voting against ITL, and I will take a little of Representative Aliegro's allegation that true, all towns and municipalities in New Hampshire are not exact same, but many by no fault of their own, as my neighboring town of Allenstown, do as well as they can to manage what they have. But the fact is that they are property poor towns. So the income in town via property taxes just is not there. I will put that forward.
Okay, there are two people who wanted to speak in 1 minute left. So I think that we will recess.
Mine was just a question, Madam Chair.
Please do.
I just wanted to know how many people signed in for or against this bill.
I don't have that data with me, I don't think. Representative Svitek or Groda?
I'm checking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't mean to hold up our proceedings, but I was find it interesting or helpful.
What's that? Representative O'Brien?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try to be very brief. I know the time constraints. But when I went to St. Peter's Grammar School, we discussed ratios. And the thing is, you've got to keep in mind, the statement was made of what municipalities are paying their employees. When you get your retirement from any NHRS, it's figured individually. It's not figured by municipality. They look at how much money you put into the system and you receive that percentage. Now, a firefighter in one community may receive more because he put more money into the system. A firefighter from another community will get less because he was paid less. So to say that it is overburdened is untrue. Every police officer and firefighter pays over 12% into the pension system, and that's what figures it out. So therefore, it isn't the issue of what a municipality pays. Second, I think the statement was made that, oh, some of these communities go out and hire a lot of, let's say, police officers or firefighters. Well, I think in the example of Manchester, where they have a lot of three-deckers, granted, at one given moment in time, there may be too many firefighters on duty. But then when the building catches fire, there is not enough. I, as a deputy chief in Nashua, have experienced that. And I think by NFPA rules, every community has the right to determine what value they put on fire protection in the municipality. So therefore, by NFPA national standards, it's not fair for this legislature to take away that municipality's right to determine the value that they want to put on protection of life and property in their community. I think those statements weren't completely accurate. So I appreciate, Madam Speaker, Madam Chairman, for the opportunity to present alternative thoughts on this. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have the numbers now. I apologize. I didn't count them exactly, but there were close to 50 people who signed in, and approximately 3 were opposed and 1 was neutral. And that was Marty Carlin.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak? It's after 11. Do we, yes. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 274. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy. Yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Can't hear.
Representative Pearson.
He's not on the screen. You may have to come back.
Representative Sytek's computer microphone is muted.
That's right. It should be muted because it will create feedback. So he needs to use one of the microphones in the room.
But I can't hear what he's saying or who he's calling.
Right. We need to move one of the microphones in the room to near Representative Sytek.
He's moving.
Representative Roy has voted in the affirmative. The clerk affirmative. Representative Pearson.
Representative Pearson hasn't voted. He is not in his office.
Go on.
Have we heard? All right, no vote from Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Go on.
No.
We heard, all right, no vote from Representative Yakubovich. What am
I can't hear him again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but you need to stay right close to the microphone.
Okay, I thought I was. Okay, Representative Bailey, I think was the last vote, and that was yes. Representative Lansara,
No.
That's, what is that again, please?
Negative, no.
Vote, you're voting no, right? Representative Lanzara, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. Are you voting yes on the motion or no?
I thought I was.
I
No.
think it was a clear no.
Okay.
Yeah, opposed? No, sorry. I got about 15 people on Zoom here today at the house.
And that was yes.
Continue.
I don't have a vote for him at this point.
He said no. He said no.
Santo Nastaso,
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Madam Chair, point of order. Do we have a vote for Representative Lanzara?
Representative Lanzara has voted no.
Okay.
Representative Goley,
No.
Representative Schuett,
No.
Representative Judy,
No.
Representative Schmidt,
No.
Representative Schultz,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Fontenot,
No.
Representative Grote,
No.
Representative O'Brien.
No.
Have we heard from Representative Pearson? No vote from Pearson. And the chair?
Yes.
The motion, 8 yeas, 10 nays. The motion fails.
We will proceed with our regular business, which is House Bill 452. We'll open the public hearing on House Bill 452 and call Representative Bolden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the eDNA Committee for the opportunity to introduce House Bill 452. For the record, my name is Andrew Bolden and I represent Manchester Ward 5. This bill proposes to prohibit the Secretary of State from running for state or county office while they are actively serving as the Secretary of State. If they wish to run for another office, they would need to resign prior to the filing period for the election that they wish to run in. Our current Secretary of State is proud to tell anyone who will listen about his role in our government. The Secretary of State is a constitutional officer who serves various functions spanning both the executive and legislative branches of government. Additionally, he is the chief elections officer in the state. This means that he is ultimately responsible for the execution of our state elections, for the preparation of all of the ballots used in those elections, for receiving and verifying all votes cast, and conducting any necessary recounts. This bill seeks to avoid any scenario where the Secretary of State has the opportunity to put their finger on the scale if they were to appear on the ballot as a candidate themselves. Consider that the Secretary of State's signature is printed on every ballot below the state seal. The Secretary of State is the one who decides how many ballots are delivered to each polling place. They can dictate the order of party columns on the ballot. Imagine someone designing their own ballots or being in charge of and having the final say in their own recount. The opportunities to tilt the scales in their favor are numerous. That's what this bill would address. While much of the rest of the country has had issues with election security, Secretary Gardner will tell you that you cannot hack a pencil. The simplicity, efficiency, and integrity of our elections are the envy of the country. The integrity of an election is its most important aspect. To ensure election integrity, we have strict rules about who has physical access to ballots. For example, in times where volunteers are scarce, candidates have stepped up to work the polls or help process absentee ballots. In fact, at my own polling place in Manchester Ward 5, my wife, the other Representative Bolden, worked the polls all day because COVID caused many of our usual poll workers to stay home. She was advised that she needed to stay away from ballots entirely, especially marked ballots, and was only assigned tasks which allowed her to retain a considerable distance from ballots. She was also not allowed to participate in any counting activities after the polls closed. This bill seeks to extend this common sense mindset to our top election official, the Secretary of State. Other states have had issues with individuals using the Secretary of State position as a stepping stone to the governorship. In Georgia, Brian Kemp was the Secretary of State from 2010 to 2018 and retained the position throughout his candidacy for governor. In the years leading up to his gubernatorial run, Secretary Kemp closed hundreds of polling places in disproportionately minority communities and canceled the registrations of 1.4 million voters, an act described by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution as the largest mass disenfranchisement in US history. After winning the 2018 Georgia election for governor by a narrow margin of 55,000 votes, a tiny fraction of the number of voters which he purged in the years prior, Kemp resigned his position as Secretary of State and was sworn in as governor. Now, can we ever really know whether Kemp's massive voter purge resulted in his victory? Of course not. But with such a small margin of victory, I'd say it's reasonable to wonder. The situation in Georgia in 2018 called into question the legitimacy of its elections, and those concerns certainly carried over into 2020. You see, a state's election integrity is like a person's trustworthiness. You're either a trustworthy individual or you are not. Just like it's difficult to establish trust, but extremely easy to lose it, it's easy for a state's election integrity to become damaged, and that damage can be permanent. Secretary Gardner knows this, and that's why his focus has always been on election integrity in New Hampshire. Also consider that our first-in-the-nation status is under attack every 4 years. If something like what happened in Georgia were to happen here, well, we can kiss our first-in-the-nation status goodbye. It would provide critics of the New Hampshire primary the perfect argument for why we should no longer be first. New Hampshire hasn't had issues like these because Secretary Gardner, who has served as our Secretary of State for 44 years, has never viewed his office as a stepping stone. But we have no way to know whether our next Secretary of State will be like Secretary Gardner. I also think it's important to point out that now is the best time to pass something like this, because we have a long-serving Secretary of State who, as far as I can tell, has no interest in running for governor or any other office. And if we wait for a new individual to take the office, then it would seem like we're targeting that person, and the issue becomes a lot more political. And I think we want to avoid the politicization of the Secretary of State's office. And with that, I conclude my testimony, and I'm open to any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions from the committee? There being none, we appreciate your testimony. Thank you. I don't see anyone else signed up to testify on this bill. Is there anyone out there who wishes to testify? I don't see anyone. Therefore, I'm going to close the public hearing on this bill.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, will you entertain a motion for a bill?
I'm sorry?
Would you entertain a motion for House Bill 377, House Bill 377?
I can't hear you. Your mom not speaking distinctly.
Would you entertain a motion for House Bill 377?
Thank you. We are not in executive session. We are scheduled for another public hearing at this time.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Right, all right. I will recognize you for such a motion.
Thank you.
House Bill 456, relative to disclosure of information from vital records. And you are going to do this because I'm a co-sponsor. Yes.
Okay. We are opening the public hearing on HB 456. I will recognize Representative McGuire to introduce the bill.
Thank you. This bill is to give the Department of Corrections access to information from vital records that they need in order to accomplish their business. They need to know about marriages, divorces, deaths, and births. And this establishes that they have an interest in that information and authorizes the Department of Vital Records to give it to them and say that providing this information to the Department of Corrections does not violate the privacy of the individuals involved. And there's a representative from the Department of Corrections here to speak on any details.
Thank you. At this time, the chair presents Commissioner Helen Hanks from the Department of Corrections.
Good morning, honorable members of the committee. My name is Helen Hanks. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections. I'm here in Concord, New Hampshire in my office by myself for the record. I thank the members of the legislature in helping us sponsor this piece that's brought before you today. One area of our department really less discussed is our collections unit. That collections unit works with about 13,000 individuals who are in what's called collection only status. And by our fine state laws, that group has to collect fines, fees, and restitution owed to victims and survivors of crime. And so when individuals finish their supervised sentence, they can then be put on collection only. In testimony that I did email, it shows you that we have that 13,000 individuals. It is one area that in my time as commissioner, I found that we do not have a sufficient data set to understand and to do an effective job when people get married and change their name. And the key part is, again, these people are not under our supervision. So you might intuitively say, well, don't you know where they live? Well, we knew where they last lived. And if they move or get married, or for that matter, if they die, we don't have a consistent data set. And so in reviewing our statutes, I found this section of law that allows a potential for a memorandum of understanding between the Secretary of State's office. We are asking just for a data limited set for people who are under collection only. We want to make that clear. We don't need information about anybody else, but just to really work to have clean data, the opportunity again to collect that ongoing restitution for individuals who are affected by crime in New Hampshire. We collected last year just over $2 million. At this point, we've collected about $1.4 million in state fiscal year 2021. I did include in the testimony that'll be shared with you that section of statute that requires us to do this, and certainly avail myself for any questions from the members of this committee.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Commissioner Hanks? They're seeing none. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, everyone. Be well.
You as well. Let's see, who else? Do we have anyone else to testify on this?
Mr. Scanlon.
He does. The chair recognizes Mr. Scanlon. appears Mr. Scanlon was there and now he's disappeared.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
You called on me. I think I got kicked off and then rejoined. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Deputy Secretary of State. Just would like to inform the committee that the Division of Vital Records is a division under the Secretary of State. We're charged with the collecting vital records under RSA 5-C. We are given the responsibility of making sure that the data that we collect is private and confidential. We share the entire data set with the Department of Health and Human Services so that they can use it for research, following health trends. Certainly the information that's collected in vital records is important to tracking the pandemic that we're currently going through. There is also limited use to the New Hampshire retirement system so that they can locate heirs of members of the state retirement system to make sure that they can receive proceeds from a retiree if there are any left over. In terms of what the Department of Corrections is asking, this is probably the first time that there has been a request of data from vital records so that fees and collections can be made of individuals in the state. So I will leave it up to the committee to determine whether that's good policy or not. But if you choose to do that, I would suggest that on page 1 of the bill, line 11, which is under the RSA 5C, where it says the Department of Corrections shall have access to, I would recommend adding in a limited set of, and then continue, vital records information in accordance with the provisions of RSA 21-H:8, common Roman numeral 11-C, which is the Department of Corrections statute. That's just to make it clear in both sets that in both statutes relating to vital records and corrections that what's being requested is a limited set of information, limited to the information that would be necessary for corrections to fulfill the function that corresponds with the policy that you determine is beneficial to the state. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Does anyone have any questions?
I do.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deborah Hanlon, the Commissioner of Corrections, this question, but you have addressed it in a very tactful and an illustrative manner. And so I serve on the Vital Records Privacy Board, as you know, and we are very scrupulous in our monitoring of requests for data that the state gathers and maintains for necessary needs and also for providing opportunities to study for statistical purposes. But this is a similar type of situation in a way, and I'm wondering whether you have any reservations about the possibility of misuse.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if that question was directed at me. I had a little.
It was directed at you, David.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Schmidt. I know the operation of corrections is top notch, and I am not concerned about misuse of information. And we would certainly tie down the details of that in the memorandum of understanding. just as we have done with the Department of Health and Human Services. The only issue that I have is, again, a matter of policy, and that is, should this data be used to collect from citizens of the state of New Hampshire? And right now, my understanding is that all of the data that we have is in that division is limited to research, whether it's medical research or academia. None of the information that I'm aware of in there is used to go after citizens to collect payments that may be due to the state of New Hampshire. So as I understand this request, that would be a fairly fundamental change in how that data is used.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, sorry. Is there, I think we all recognize that there is a need for some state agency to be able to monitor and administer the obtaining of data for the purpose of making restitution, as this bill clearly it targets. Is there any other way of getting at this information, to your knowledge, that's reasonable?
Representative Schmidt, I'm not aware of any.
Right. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Are there any further questions, Mr. Scanlon? There seeing none, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your testimony. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill?
Mr. Chairman, seeing that there's no one else that I'm blocking from having an opportunity to ask a question, I do have another question of Deputy Secretary Scanlon, if I might.
Commissioner Scanlon, go ahead, Deputy Secretary Scanlon.
Thank you very much. So, Deputy Scanlon, is it possible that you're aware of such modalities in any other state that is where it's been, or would be, tip of the spear here?
Yes, Representative Schmidt, I do not know the answer to your question. New Hampshire is unique in that in most other states, the Division of Vital Records falls under the Department of Health and Human Services. If it's the committee's desire, we can send out a questionnaire just to see if other states use this information in the manner that's requested under this House bill.
Well, I would certainly want the committee to weigh in on it before we would request your department to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again, Mr. Scanlon. There being no other questions and no one else wishing to testify, I'm going to declare this hearing closed. Turn it back over to the chair.
Okay, we will recess and resume at 1:15 for our next hearing. Thank you very much.
Yes, Representative Fellows, did you say something?
Yeah, yes, I have an amendment for, no, I don't know the number, the mushroom bill, which I fear we're not going to do today, but I just don't know how to distribute it. Am I supposed to email that to everybody or do I mail it to you?
Well,
you can email it to Pam or to Miriam and ask for distribution. Miriam.
Okay, thank you. Miriam's the better one?
Yes, Miriam is the better person.
Okay, thank you.
It's
Is there anybody out there in Zoom land?
We're here.
Yeah, how's this, I'm trying to get this, I'm having some technical problems today. How is this microphone sounding?
It's sounding good. It's certainly loud, I mean, or certainly strong enough. You could tone it down a tiny bit.
I'm trying to not turn it up to 11 here,
Oh, right. That's smart.
So I'm trying to figure out a way to adjust the inputs.
That sounds good. I think it's, as long as you're keeping a moderate volume personally, I think that's perfect.
Can people
I
hear?
know I tend to yell at my computer myself.
Well, I mean, those that know me fully understand that I'm not a moderate volume person.
Right. No, that sounds perfect right now. Just as your last sentence there, that was clear, but not too loud.
Okay.
I yell at my computer all the time.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I do too.
Committee room, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Madam Chair, would it be okay if I put this to the speaker view so the one who's speaking becomes large?
Good idea.
Okay, it's 1:15. Okay, it's 1:15 and I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 72 and recognize Representative McGuire to introduce the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Carol McGuire from Merrimack District 29, which is the towns of Allenstown, Epsom, and Pittsfield. And House Bill 72 is a bill that failed last year in the Senate after passing the House. It adopts amendments to the state building code and the state fire code that have been approved by the relevant technical boards, that is the Building Code Review Board and the State Board of Fire Control. It lists them, and these are all useful amendments. Many of them are to simplify building requirements and make it easier to build housing. The Board of Fire Control approved 4 additional amendments after this bill went to press, that is in their December meeting, and I would like to bring an amendment to include those in the bill. I have them with me if anyone wants to read them. I can send you the text if you are interested in the details of those their fire code amendments. I will answer what questions I can.
Does anyone have any questions of Representative McGuire?
Can we get Representative Lanzera back into a panelist?
Yes, I'll look at it.
Okay.
I'll take care of it.
All right. Okay, there. Oh, Representative Brody, you have a question? You're still muted, Jack.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative McGuire, what was the reasoning for this bill not passing the Senate last year?
It was combined into an omnibus bill that was vetoed.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions of Representative McGuire? There seeing none. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this bill?
If it would be possible for Representative Roy and Chairman McGuire to speak a little bit louder, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, we're sharing a microphone that we're passing back and forth, but we'll try and keep that in mind. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on that bill. And we will be opening the next bill, which is HB 137.
What bill were we just referring to? I thought we were going to resume at 1:15, which is what it is.
I
Yeah, it's 1:45.
Stand by. The next one's what?
1:30, 1:45. Yeah, so you can get back here.
Yeah.
I would just like to say that I have an atomic clock, you know, the one that gets the time from the satellite. And frequently our hearings are opening 2 minutes early compared to that clock, and also compared to the time I see on my computer.
This thing's a little fast.
Okay.
I didn't hear what was going on because I tuned in at 1:14.
We'll open late then.
Yeah.
Takes care of that.
Yeah.
Representative McGuire, were they vetoed or tabled?
That one was vetoed.
That was vetoed because others were just left.
Yes, this one was in an omnibus, was tabled. Representative Williams spoke at the House session. We can't veto that stuff. It's important building code changes.
I cannot hear this discussion.
Neither can I.
Representative Sytek just asked me if this bill had been tabled in the Senate or vetoed. And I was assuring him that it had in fact been combined in an omnibus that was vetoed, and the veto was not overridden. And I was Representative McWilliams, who was a co-sponsor, spoke at the House session that we needed to pass the omnibus because this particular bill was out.
Representative McGuire, when you review the minutes, I have said they've all been tabled. So you may want to change.
This one is not tabled, it was vetoed.
Okay, well, keep that in mind as you go through.
Okay. I'd like to go into executive session and move ought to pass on House Bill 591 and introduce amendment number 21011-6H, which was brought to us by Representative Abrami.
What was the number again, please? I'm sorry.
591.
591. 05.
No, the amendment number is 0116.
0116. Yes, okay. H.
Second.
That is-
Madam Chair, Representative O'Brien, may I question the chair?
Sure.
I was inquiring as to the procedure that the chair wants to follow. It seems that we had opened up an executive session on 274. It was voted, and therefore another alternative motion is eligible to be made. And should we not continue?
Representative O'Brien.
I'll yield. Yes, Madam Chair.
I know that is true, and I am choosing to deal with House Bill 591 first.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, what was the amendment number that's being put forward on 591?
21011-6H. That's the Abrami amendment, which I sent out again after after the hearing.
Yes, I do have it. I just wanted to be sure I was looking at the right one.
The reason I'm proposing the Abrami amendment is that it fixes a problem with the bill as written, where tobacco, where establishments with both tobacco and alcohol licenses were getting charged double. What the amendment does, it establishes a gradated tobacco-only license at the same price as a alcohol license. That is so much for one register, so much for 4 registers, that sort of thing. So that the fees are parallel to those for alcohol, because, and that's seems appropriate. it leaves in the investigators, check, confirm that. It has examiners rather than investigators, which are less expensive. And while I'm not entirely sure they need them, I'm willing to pass this amendment and let Ways and Means deal with it, because I didn't understand why they wanted more investigators or inspectors. And so it's an open issue for me. Representative Roy, you wish to speak on your second?
No, I would just endorse what you said.
Does anyone else wish to speak? There's a hand up. Who's that?
That is Representative Schuett.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you. Yes, I'm in agreement with the portion that deals with fees, but I am not in agreement with the portion of the amendment that changes those titles from investigators to examiners. We heard from testimony during the hearing that number one, the examiner position does not have the same authority if they find inequities, problems when they're doing an examination. They don't have the immediate right to take action that an investigator would. And there was expressed a fear that evidence could be lost between the time of an examination and an investigator coming to the scene. That's a major concern to me. I think obviously if that kind of thing happens, we're losing revenue. That's the likely outcome. And so if there was a chance that the amendment could be redrafted so that it would cover the fees, but not change those titles, I would be in favor.
I went with the investigators because I believe that from what I heard at the hearing, the investigators are necessary if there is an issue of criminal behavior. The examiners are for financial misconduct or errors or omissions. And in my experience, errors and omissions and financial poor record keeping is much more likely than criminal behavior, but you're entitled to your position on this. I don't feel all that strongly about it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may speak, Representative O'Brien, I too have some concerns with this. I think if we look at what determines a sworn officer, and basically I think the liquor commissioner officers do have full power and authority as sworn officers within the state of New Hampshire. The other thing to consider here is also, I think if I have it right, which is Linda's law. In other words, a sworn officer cannot bear false testimony in court to any type of infraction. And if that does occur, then that officer jeopardizes his career, and on top of it, jeopardizes his credibility. When you have officers such as this, who are not completely sworn officers, it could cause some, I think, future problems that the testimony given by these particular people are held to the same standards as we are, as a state, are holding the sworn officers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else wish to speak? Representative Seitek, are you saying something?
No.
In that case, the motion is to pass the Abrami Amendment 0116H, and the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastaso. Santo Anastaso?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Goley,
No.
Representative Schuett,
No.
Representative Judy,
No.
Representative Schmidt,
No.
Representative Schultz, Representative Schultz? Are you, did I hear you?
I don't know if you heard me, but no is my vote.
Okay, I hear you now. Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Fontenot,
Unfortunately, no.
Representative Grote,
Sadly, no.
Representative O'Brien,
No.
and the chair.
Yes.
10-9. 10-9.
Was the
That-
amendment.
That was the amendment.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. Did the amendment carry or no?
The amendment passed 10-9.
Thank you.
Representative Lakis, do you have a further amendment that you wish to bring forward?
Yes, I'd like to move, ought to pass on the amendment 2021-180H.
This is another amendment on this bill?
Yes.
You can only have one amendment on a bill.
When we send it to the clerk, if we pass both amendments, they will be combined into one amendment.
Okay, all right.
They're not incompatible.
Okay,
Do we need
all
a
right.
second
And that
on
number
the-
is,
Yes, you need
please?
a second. It's 180.
The number is.
So I didn't see us. I didn't hear who the second was on the prior.
I was the second.
Oh, thank you.
Who was the second, please?
Roy.
I was second. All right.
And excuse me, Madam Chair. This is Representative Jean Judy.
Yes.
Can I have the number of the second amendment, please?
The number of the second amendment is 0180. It's the one that I brought to the hearing,
Okay.
eliminates the positions entirely.
Okay, but I'm sorry. This is the first time I see two amendments on one bill. I don't know if I'm mistaken or what.
Yes, it doesn't happen very often, but we can, but if the amendments are compatible, we can apply two of them and they will be combined by OLS into the final committee amendment.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Lakis, do you wish to speak to your amendment?
I do. Basically, it's not clear there's really a need for any additional staff for this. I mean, there's already licensing and staff to enforce that for both alcohol and tobacco. And at least from what I heard from the hearing, it didn't seem like there'd be a great deal more work as part of this bill.
Madam Chairman, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
This is Pam. I'm looking at the amendment that you just adopted, and it has two sections that deal with funding with the positions, sections 11 and 12. And the amendment that you're discussing right now says that everything after section 11 shall be replaced with just the effective date.
Right, so it repeals the sections 11 and 12.
It only repeals section 12. It says after section 11.
You're so right. That was foolish of me.
I think the amendment added a new section and changed the numbering, and so I think it's, you can fix it, but I'm not positive it's clear with this amendment.
All right. Representative Bailey?
Isn't it 60 days versus the one following? Was that the difference?
No, the difference is that the amendment says repeal sections after section 11, which in the original bill was the positions and the funding for it. If in the bill as amended, it's only the funding.
I don't have it in front of me, but I thought 11 changed also to be 60 days instead of.
No.
11, it's this second amendment only deals with sections after 11.
Oh, okay.
Could this be a technical cleanup that all us would do when combining them? Is that legitimate or?
I think we're getting to the point where it's not legitimate, so I think we're going to have to vote down this amendment. Sorry.
Yep.
Madam Chair, can't the amendment just be withdrawn?
It could, that would save us the bother. All right.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Fine. We will withdraw the amendment. So, Representative Schuett, if you wish, I think we should stop now. We're beating ourselves over the head. Representative Schuett, if you wish to redraft the amendment to call for the investigators rather than the examiners, we can discuss that when we get back on this. I don't think we can finish this today.
All right.
So we passed an amendment and it's just hanging there.
Right. I think we're just kind of hanging at this point.
The status is we're going to recess with the amendment passed.
Correct.
Okay.
To confirm, we're recessing this executive session after passing that
Do we have a couple minutes?
Yeah, maybe.
15.
I wanted to speak on.
Please speak.
The amendment is passed, and my discussion should have been at that time. I'm not sure it should have been. I didn't want to make a discussion, but it's disappointing to me because I want very much to work with people on this. This does not reflect how the real world works. There's not going to be a loss of evidence. Nobody gets arrested on the spot. You don't need a sworn officer. Go to an IRS audit, and if they find criminal activity, the guy doesn't lock you up then. That's just not realistic. I don't understand the motivation, why it has to be I do understand the motivation, why it might be investigators rather than examiners. And I'm unhappy that has become a sticking point. I'm not going to say more.
Madam Chair,
Let's recess this executive session work.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Nagoli.
I would just want to respond to my honorable friend from Salem, that was part of the testimony we did hear, that evidence would be lost. I asked specifically on a question and the difference between examiners and investigators, and that was a testimony from the department that evidence could be lost. So I just want to remind my friend that was given testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Later.
I think it was the worst. I think that was indicated as a possible worst case scenario, but it was in fact mentioned.
So we've got what, about just 10 minutes or something?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if somebody else.
Tony?
What's
Come
that?
up here. We need somebody to chair this next one.
We've got what, about 10 minutes until it opens?
10, yeah.
Um,
So, you want to do this amendment? So the next one is. Is somebody going to be? Who's going to manage? Speakers?
Nobody has signed up.
I know there's no testimony. We can get to this.
Yes. Sharon Carson and Eric Ruffin. Carson's in support.
Madam Chair, what's our current status?
Our current status is that the next hearing starts at 1:45 and we have 2 or 3 minutes to go.
4 minutes.
4 or 4.
Do you mind if I straighten that clock out?
Please do.
Okay, I'll do, not this minute, but I'll get them correct. If I can reach it.
I can give you assistance if need be.
Looking at the chairs, we'll figure it out.
I've got some altitude, so.
This is the examiner business is to get group two. I didn't want to say, I think you could read it from what I said. The idea of getting arrested on the spot and confiscated.
Madam Chair, I don't know if this is a technical issue or if folks have changed computers. I'm seeing Representative Roy's name label on, I believe it's Representative Lakis.
I'm sitting in to chair because
Okay.
Representative McGuire, it's her bill, and Representative Roy had to go speak at another committee. So I'm the virtual. I'm the virtual.
I thought maybe he had grown facial hair quickly.
No, it turns out that I'm a sponsor, a co-sponsor of all the bills this afternoon, so I'm
Representative Schuett, he'd have to be a human chia pet to grow that fast.
Well,
That's true. We do have a different amount of hair on top, especially. I can put his hat on and really confuse things. I know. I would not.
Just for planning purposes, what's the next House bill?
What was that?
The next bill?
137.
Yeah,
Correct.
137. Yeah.
We'll start in just a moment. I'm waiting for the time to reach 145.
It is.
It is now. Okay, I'm opening the public hearing on House Bill 137, and I'm recognizing Representative McGuire to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Carol McGuire, representing Merrimack 29, which is Allenstown, Epsom, and Pittsfield. And House Bill 137 exempts from the normal rulemaking process standards and protocols for information technology, telephones, and cybersecurity. This is not because these things don't need to be approved. It's because putting them in the proper format for rulemaking would make them totally unintelligible to the regulated community, which is against the point of rulemaking. These protocols and standards are developed by the Department of Information Technology, the information technology, which consists of most of the other agencies that use technology, work on the, and approved by them, not approved, they are consult with them so that these standards are in an understandable and appropriate format. And I'll answer any questions I can.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Proceed.
Thank you so much. Representative McGuire, can you please give me an example of, I think I know what you're trying to say, but I'm having a hard time, using an example. Can you give us an example of what rule would be involved and how it would be difficult to put it in rulemaking? Is my question?
Sort of. It's how it would be difficult to understand. The thing is that our rulemaking format is prescribed by the manual, and it's got a very explicit format on how rules are to be laid out, and it's developed by lawyers. The people who use these standards and protocols are primarily engineers, and it's very difficult to find somebody who speaks both languages. Also, it's not clear that the cybersecurity protocols should be openly open to the world as they would be if they went through rulemaking. I think that there's some privacy concerns there.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you're saying that if the rules were published, which in rulemaking, the rules are published and open to the public, there would be security issues with the information in the rules?
It's very possible that the security rules would have information we don't want to publish. That is how we detect false identifications or various cyber attacks.
Actually, I have a question. If these aren't going to be published, then how are the people they might apply to going to be aware of them? I'm a little confused.
They can be published to the agencies without necessarily putting them on the state website for anyone interested to review.
Sorry, go ahead.
Any other questions? Did you have one?
I do have another question, but I'll yield to someone if someone else has a question.
Are there any other questions? I guess the Director of IT is present and wants to speak.
I have my hand up.
Oh, sorry.
So,
Okay, proceed.
Representative McGuire, having a little bit of background in IT, I believe that a lot of these standards are probably industry standards. Do you think that that's probably true?
Yes.
Dennis Goulet.
Dennis Goulet is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative McGuire, for introducing this bill. My name is Dennis Goulet. I am the Commissioner for the Department of Information Technology, and I asked for this language for a couple of reasons. First of all, a couple of years ago, the LBA audit report had recognized, had a finding where they saw there was a disconnect between the fact that part of statute said I should be making rules, and another part I didn't actually have any rulemaking authority. So they said we need to fix this inconsistency in statute. So we actually had this bill up last time, but it didn't pass. I think it got lumped into a larger bill and that didn't pass. So we're trying to do this again to mainly because I want to get, I want to chip away at all of those LBA audit findings, and this is one of them. So why does this make sense? In the case of DOIT, we have a body in statute called the IT Council, and the IT Council develops IT policy, including cybersecurity policy, and then that policy has the force of law through RSA 21R. So the part of this language removes references to rulemaking authority, and the other part of it makes consistent how we govern telecom. Back in 2016, the telecom part of the state business, which is about 8% of my budget right now, was moved from Department of Safety over into the Department of Information Technology, and they were under manual procedures. So, what this does is it cleans up a number of things. It takes away the reference to rulemaking authority, and it puts the telecom group, which is now part of the DOIT, under the same governance methodology as the rest of IT, which is the Information Technology Council. That concludes my formal testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Does anyone have questions?
I guess I'll ask a question, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Commissioner, there are some situations, as you know, I've been on the JELCAR now for 15 years, and I know that there are some agencies where the rules are exempt from 541A review by the JELCAR, such as the DRA, because many of their rules have to be adopted in response to federal rule changes, which have to be responded to very fast, if not immediately. And the JELCAR process just can't do it that fast. So DRA is largely exempt from 541A review. But there are some others like the Department of Corrections, where they have certain rules that they really can't reveal because their clientele, if you will, who are locked up, and to the degree that all the rules are public, it creates security breaches or possibilities of breaches. So I'm a little bit wondering whether this is somewhat similar with DOIT, where we also have we have potential criminals for sure, the hackers who are constantly bombarding us, and I'm wondering whether that's the reason that some of this stuff is not coming up before our panel for review, or whether it's just a different situation entirely.
Well, the inconsistency, sir, existed because DOIT actually never had rulemaking authority, but there was reference to rulemaking in 541A, which we are asking to be removed. In terms of the ability to not publish information that of a sensitive sort, like cybersecurity related stuff, there was actually a change to the right to know. In fact, it was done in association with some Department of Education legislation, I think 2 sessions ago, where the entities were concerned about having to reveal the results of a cyber risk assessment to the public, because of course the results of a risk assessment will often have findings that point to weaknesses. So we worked with the Department of Ed and some other folks and put language in right to know law that exempts sensitive cybersecurity information from right to know. So so in terms of having transparency on our governance, the IT council meeting is a public meeting. Right now there are 2 state representatives on that body. I haven't seen who's been appointed in this session, but last session it was Representatives Over and Ebel. Addition to it being a public meeting, we do publish all the results and information on our website, so it's all there to be completely transparent. With one exception, we will, in some cases, we've done it, I think, twice in the 5.5 years I've been commissioner, that we went into a non-public session with just the council, a non-meeting, to discuss sensitive cybersecurity information. So that was not actually published. I hope that answers the question.
That helps me. Thank you.
Are there any more questions, Mr. Belay? You're seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Would anyone else like to testify on this bill? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing.
I would move ought to pass on House Bill 137.
Is there a second?
I'm sorry, could we please, was that House Bill 137?
Yes.
The one we just had the hearing on.
Okay, that's fine. I just didn't quite catch all the numbers. Thank you.
If you're looking for a second, I'll second that.
Okay.
And Representative Pearson,
Thank
second.
you.
Pearson, McGuire Pearson.
Yep.
We're in executive session?
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, this is a simple and helpful bill for the Department of Information Technology, and I think we should just pass it.
Representative Pearson, would you like to speak to your second?
Yeah, I think the commissioner brought up some very important points, and I really couldn't top what Carol just did. So yeah, let's do it.
Alrighty, would anyone else like to speak on this?
I do.
Representative Lakis?
Yeah, and this may have been covered by the commissioner, but I could not understand everything he said, and that's, I was a little surprised. I wasn't familiar with having rules that were not public or weren't handled by Joe cards. Is there, and he may have talked about this, but is there any legislative review of the rules created in this way?
No. There are a number of things that are not considered rules. The Department of Transportation has their highway structural standards, the standards for signs, and the rules for driveways on state roads, for example, do not go through rulemaking. Legislative oversight is generally fairly minimal.
Anyone else wishing to comment? Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich. Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Sounded like yes, didn't it? Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
I could hear a squeak. Was that a yes?
Would you squeak again, please?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative No.
Yes.
Representative Crota.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair in this case, Representative Roy.
The chair votes yes.
Okay, it's 19-0.
Anyone object to consent? Okay, consent it is.
Mr. Chair, would you entertain a motion on House Bill 377 relative to the authority of the fire marshal to grant exemptions from fire code requirements to recovery houses?
We have 10 minutes. Do you think we could complete it in that time?
Oh, I'm not seeing
Not
it.
hearing you very well, Madam Chair.
I missed that, Peter.
He couldn't hear you very well.
Say we're not hearing you very well.
Okay, fine.
What is your motion, Representative Groda?
Order pass on House Bill 377.
And is there a second?
Second.
On to pass.
Who's second, please?
Second. Representative Goley?
Representative Groda.
Goldie, okay.
Representative Groda, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would love to. Thank you very much. I think that House Bill 377 is a wise way of handling recovery houses in New Hampshire, in that it allows some recovery houses exemptions, but at least gives everyone a minimum level of required safety for those buildings where people are recovering from various forms of abuse. I think that this is, that's it. That's all I need to say.
Thank you. And Representative Goley, would you like to speak to your second?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll just be brief. I think we heard during the testimony that this is granting exemptions to the fire code and not putting any hardships on folks. It's giving the exemptions as such things as sprinklers. And I seeing what's going on around Manchester, and I'm sure it's happening in other communities. This is a much needed piece of legislation, and I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak?
Yes.
Representative Saitek.
I just want to comment, I never did understand, despite trying very hard, Kim Bach's objections to this bill. I didn't see that she was affected by it, but okay, the bill's fine.
I agree with you, Representative Saitek.
Any further discussion?
Well, I think it's important that we're on the record here in a way that we have not been previously. And I think it's important to address this issue that Ms. Bach raised with us because I too struggled to see how their concerns were being stepped on by this bill or the fire marshal's projected treatment of the subject.
Thank you,
So
Representative
I
Schmidt.
think it's important for me to say that I don't want to step on that agency's concerns, but I don't see them, and we want to be on the record as saying we don't think that's where the fire marshal's going.
Exactly. Thank you, Representative. Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually sat on the subcommittee for this bill. I was part of the bill the committee that worked on this over the summer. And I would agree with some of the other statements that were made here in the sense that, Kim Bach did not make a valid argument. And sadly enough, during the subcommittee work, New Hampshire Court was a little contradictory because they seemed to want to use the law in certain ways when it benefited them and then would flip to a different part of the law to try to make an argument when it didn't work for them. We heard testimony from folks that had actually gone through the recovery houses and the concerns that they had. And, you know, one of the things that was brought up that was telling was the idea that, you know, when you're in this situation, you have surrendered yourself in a way. I mean, if you're, you know, when you're trying to deal with your addiction, you've put yourself into a recovery house, you've given it up to this process. And when someone is in a situation where they are truly kind of at their lowest, they do truly rely on the people recovering these houses, or excuse me, that are managing these recovery houses for their safety. And, you know, the testimony that we heard from folks during this process really did shed some concerns that exist. And I think that that's something that, you know, let's not get lost here. We really truly want these people to be successful, and we want to create an environment to which they will be successful, but they have to feel that they're safe. And, you know, I don't think the legislature needs to surrender that to a regulatory agency that frankly regulates itself. So, you know, I'm going to be supporting this bill, certainly.
Thank you. We're on a time crunch here. We want to get the vote.
Gotcha.
Does anyone else want to say anything? Seeing no hands raised, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lazara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
I guess that's a yes. Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Funk, no.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
The chair votes yes.
19-0.
Any objections to consent?
No.
Thank
Just
you all.
wanted to test my microphone again. Can you hear me okay now?
No, you
Yes.
got Charlie Brown's teacher going on.
Is it too loud?
Sounds good now.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to open the public. Nope, actually, I've got 4 minutes left.
Oh, you didn't have to read it that fast then, did
No,
you?
we all spoke and read very fast. That was good.
Since we have a moment, I'd like to comment that it seemed to me that the objections to 377 were looking at the requirements for single-family homes when they should have been looking at the requirements for boarding houses or such like. And so they were comparing apples and oranges when they're saying it's discriminatory.
Okay.
This one, where's?
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Madam Chair, when do you consider bringing up 274 again? I would hope that it would be today, because a very good debate was held. Everybody did get to speak to the particular point of views, and it is fresh right now in everybody's mind. So while it is still right on the front burner, I would recommend that today would be the proper time to discuss that bill and continue the executive session.
Committee open. At this time, I'd like to open a hearing on HB 357 and introduce, have Representative McGuire introduce the bill. Oh, excuse me.
Representative Spillane is with us.
Oh, Representative Spillane is here with us. Representative Spillane, you recognized?
Am I on?
You are.
Oh, great. Thank you, members of the committee and Mr. Chair, and Madam Chair sitting in the background. I bring this bill forward today as an attempt to take and put a better handle on our current process for ensuring that rules that we have made through administrative process are not allowed to expire without being updated, and that they are updated in a timely fashion. I attended a political convention last term, the beginning of last term, so it's 3 years ago now. But this is the first opportunity I've had to bring something forward because it came to light during that when I got to see some software that was being worked on by a startup group that actually was being sold in multiple states that managed their administrative rules. And it would give the departments a warning that a certain rule that they had put in place was about to expire. It would recommend on rules that hadn't been used or hadn't been updated that they be allowed to expire and removed from the books. And it would give everybody a better idea that what rules had expired that we shouldn't be trying to enforce, because that just causes problems for the state when you try to enforce a rule that has been expired and is technically not valid anymore. And I had a lot of discussions, including some discussions with Representative McGuire. I feel that the study committee would give us the best ability to take a look at the options available. I know that the governor's office was looking at this software package, and it is something that the state may decide to invest in order to have a handle statewide on all of our administrative rules, when they expire, which ones are being used and such. But it more so, the study committee could just double check to ensure that our process is as streamlined as possible to ensure that we are not allowing expired rules to stay on the books, and that we're not forgetting to remind departments when they have to update their rule because it is about to expire. And that's about it. It's just a simple study committee. So I'd appreciate the committee looking at this, and I would appreciate an OTP so we could move forward with trying to get a handle on what's happening with the administrative rules across the state. New Hampshire did list among the top for having sheer volume of administrative rules. And there were quite a lot when they ran a demo for the state that were already expired. And I had no idea that we had so many expired rules still on the books. So that's all I've got. I'll take questions if anybody's got any.
Thank you, Representative Schultz.
Thank you for taking my question. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Good, because my mic wasn't working earlier. I'm just curious what convention this was, if you don't mind my asking.
It was the American Legislative Exchange Council.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Representative Spillane? Representative Groda.
Thank you. I guess I have a question to the chair and to other members of the committee regarding a study committee. Are we entertaining study committees?
No, the speaker has said that we will not pass any study committee bills. The options are, since administrative rules is fully within our scope of action, is to study it ourselves without a formal study committee. We've done that on a number of issues. And to do that, we can either retain the bill or kill it. And I would like to mention that expired administrative rules cannot be enforced. That's one of the few clear improvements we've made in our rulemaking process in the last few years.
Thank you. I have no questions for Representative Spillane. I was just concerned when I saw study committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gore. Any further questions for Representative Fellows?
Thank you. I would just like to ask which agencies you consulted before you put this bill together to find out what they told you were the reasons that there might be expired laws that have not been renewed yet. Particularly in this particular year, I can see there are reasons why that would happen.
Thank you for your question. It was actually over 2 years ago when I spoke with the governor's office and one of the executive counselors, it escapes me now who it was, but they were investigating the same software company. So I had a discussion with the governor's office and they said, yes, they had also been made aware that there were rules in some of the agencies that had not been renewed within the time frame that they were supposed to be renewed, and so technically they were expired, and nobody had tried to enforce them, so that they really should be cleaned up and removed rather than just sitting around as expired rules. And that's my intent on this, is to try to just ensure that if we have expired rules hanging around, we remove them. And if we have rules that expired inadvertently, we remember to renew them.
Follow up?
Yes, please.
I'm just thinking what I know about the process that's involved to get rules changed. You know, it involves public hearings and all that sort of thing. I worked at the Department of Education, and I did not work specifically with rules, but I would hear about, you know, some of the things that were going on. That it can take a considerable amount of time when you hear in public hearings that people have different ideas of how a rule should be changed, and that could be one of the reasons that they may expire. Are you familiar with situations like that?
Thank you for that question. I'm not aware that the majority of the rules that went and sat as expired rules came about because they couldn't determine a way to renew them based on public hearing or public sentiment. I was essentially told by those that I talked to that there are instances when the department forgets that a rule is there. We don't have a reminding mechanism that says, hey, this rule is 10 years old and it needs to be renewed. And the software that we were looking at did that. It would come up and say, hey, this needs to be renewed this year. It's hit its time frame for your state's guidelines on when rules need to be renewed. I am aware that there's a lot of problem with getting all of the public opinion. I think that's one reason why New Hampshire has chosen to have the rules last a longer period of time than some other states. There are other states where the rules expire every year annually, or rules expire every 2 years. Ours tend to last a lot longer because we have such a large number of them, and it's hard to get public input and sentiment on all the rules and ensure that they are going forward in the right way. Part of this whole discussion is what I wanted to see studied.
Thank you. Any further questions for Representative Spillane? I see none. So thank you, Representative Spillane.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill?
Yes, I'm Carol McGuire, representing Merrimack District 29. My concern is that the rules that tend to expire without anyone noticing are frequently from the smaller agencies that don't have very many rules. So they don't have to deal with it very often. And so they just forget about it until somebody points out that their rule has been expired for a year. HHS, for example, we were talking about the child care rules. Those are being held up because they're debating how to solve what the requirement should be. We were talking about that on, I think it was House Bill 230. But I think that some of the issues of rules being overlooked will be helped by the OPLC because they've got a central rule writing authority that many of the boards didn't really have before they were consolidated. In any event, I co-sponsored this and I thought it would be a useful idea, but in this year, I think that we can't pass it, and our choice is to retain it if we want to work on it or kill it if we don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McGuire. Is anyone else wishing to speak on this bill? There seeing none, I will close the public hearing on HB 357.
Question of the chair.
Yes, go ahead, Representative.
Are we intending to exec the bill we heard this morning on the drones, to put it in the usual language, authorizing an additional member of that board?
Aviation Users Advisory Board?
House Bill 298.
298 is the correct number, I believe. Right.
I would second if you made a motion, Mr. Representative Schmidt.
Well, I don't want to manage the committee. That's the chair's job. But I think that was a bill that seemed to be unobjectionable, and I'd just like to see us get rid of it. Get it passed, not get rid of it.
Okay, in that case, Representative Schmidt, if we can restrain ourselves, we have 7 minutes before the next hearing. And Representative Grote has a motion on House Bill 298.
How to pass on House Bill 298.
I will second that motion, Representative Pearson.
Do you wish to consider the amendment?
Oh, shoot.
Now's the time to say so.
Yep, we should. Yep.
Yes, so we should vote on the amendment first, which, just a moment. Does anybody have that amendment number handy?
206.
It's amendment number 206H.
Okay, so I move auto pass on amendment house. I'm sorry. What was it? House number? That number again?
206H.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion, Representative Grote?
This is a bill that the amendment. No. Do I have to speak to the? I'm a little bit discombobulated. That amendment comment threw me off. I'm sorry. But can I yield to Representative Pearson?
No.
May I yield?
If you don't have anything to say, you can just say no. I think it's self-explanatory.
It is self-explanatory. Thank you.
Concur with that. Yes. Anytime during the process we discover something that needs to be tweaked to make it correct, we should always entertain that. So yes.
Okay. Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing none? Wait a minute. Representative Schuett.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I was raising my hand on a different issue.
Oh. At the moment, we're discussing Amendment 206. Okay. Which simply, as I look at it, instead of saying CFR section 107.53, it just says section 107, which is the requirements for operating unmanned vehicles. Motion to adopt Amendment 0206H. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich, Representative Yakubovich?
Yes, yes, yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lansara,
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastaso,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Short,
Yes.
Representative Judy, Representative Judy,
Okay, we.
you think,
Yes.
terrific. Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Fontenot,
Yes.
Representative Groden,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair,
Yes,
19-0 on the amendment.
the amendment is adopted. You have a further motion, Representative Rhoda?
Yes, thank you, Chair, Madam Chair. I
Consent.
make a motion of auto pass as with amendment on House Bill 298. This bill allows the.
That's not in order.
Oh,
You have
that's
to-
right.
you
That's
have
right.
to-
Wait. Okay, I just made my motion.
I will second her motion.
Thank you, Representative Pearson.
Rhoda Pearson.
Do you wish to speak to your motion, Representative Rhoda?
Yes, thank you. This bill includes a member of the unmanned aircraft industry, and that person is a certified remote pilot in the Aviation Users Advisory Board, and which is brings New Hampshire into the current age.
Thank you, Representative Pearson.
I concur.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on House Bill 298? Seeing none, the motion is ought to pass with amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastaso,
No.
no. Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Judy,
We.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Fontenot,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
the chair,
Yes,
18-1 on the bill.
Consent.
does anyone object to consent? Okay, consent it is. Thank you very much. And thank you all for being so brief and efficient.
At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing on HB 457 relative to the membership and duties of Legislative Youth Advisory Council. Okay, I recognize Representative McGuire to introduce the bill.
Thank you. I'm Carol McGuire, representing Merrimack District 29, Allenstown, Epsom, and Pittsfield. And House Bill 457 revises the membership of the Youth Advisory Council, and it looks very straightforward to me. I know the Youth Advisory Council met and discussed it yesterday, and they have not had a chance to agree on a decision. So After those people who are here have spoken, I believe this hearing will be recessed so that we can await the testimony of the Youth Advisory Council itself. And there are other people who could answer questions, but I could.
Thank you, Representative McGuire. At this time, I would like to recognize Marjorie Porter. Representative Marjorie Porter, excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Marjorie Porter, and I represent Hillsborough District 1, which is the towns of Hillsborough, Antrim, and Windsor. And I would like to speak to this bill. I have a statement to read. I've also sent you written testimony. It has been my honor and privilege to have served as the legislative co-chair of the New Hampshire Legislative Youth Advisory Council for the last 4 years, having first been appointed by Speaker Jasper and then by Speaker Shurtleff. Prior to that, I assisted Representative Carolyn Gargaz for 2 terms when she served in that position. She also was appointed by speakers of both parties, which is as it should be because the council is nonpartisan. I'm extremely proud of the work the council has done during my tenure. The young people are motivated and work hard under some difficult restrictions to perform the job they are tasked with, to advise the legislature on issues of importance to the youth of the state. Attendance at meetings has improved. Several well-planned and informative public forums have been held. More members have testified before committees, and more statements of support or opposition to various pieces of legislation have been sent to legislative committees. In fact, in 2020, the council testified or sent written statements on 13 pieces of legislation before us. This despite everything coming to a crashing halt for them in March due to the pandemic. That is why I was so dismayed to learn the sponsors of this bill did not contact me or any council member before filing this bill. In fact, we only learned about it when a council member doing his work, reading over the lists of LSRs, brought it to our attention. There are changes to the statute that could be made to help LIAC do its work more effectively. In fact, I had hoped to do that next year when things are more back to normal. Unfortunately, none of those helpful changes appear in this bill. I have provided the committee with lengthy written testimony explaining how things have been done up to now, so I won't go into the details here. I just want to address several aspects of this bill. Currently, council members are appointed by the governor, the Secretary of State, the President of the Senate, and the Speaker of the House. Only once that I know of has any of these appointers found a candidate on their own. That was Governor Hassan back in 2015. It has been left to the House member who serves as the legislative co-chair to seek out candidates and make recommendations for appointments to these respective officers. This is time-consuming work. I have detailed the process we use in my written testimony, but being somewhat familiar with the amount of work it takes the Speaker's office to fill vacancies on the many committees and commissions we create, I know they will not be eager to have the responsibility thrust upon them. To be brutally honest, even though LIAC was the light of my life for 4 years, it is now low down on the totem pole for the appointers. They were always most pleased to accept the recommendations we brought forward. Another section of the bill, we already provide written test statements and testimony on issues that are important to council members. We provide an annual report too, and I've attached the last 4 to my written testimony for your perusal. And I do need to tell you that the report for 2018, I sent twice because I wasn't sure it was getting through, and the Word version is not a complete version. Please look at the PDF version. Organizing and presenting a public forum on the issues they find important is, in my opinion, one of the most valuable duties the council now performs. They enjoy the work, they are eager to do it, and they learn so much by teaching others. I am not sure why we would want to eliminate it. But most baffling to me is the provision on page 2, line 13, which reads, prepare and execute programming to encourage job growth in New Hampshire. LIAC is here to advise us on the things that are of importance to the youth of New Hampshire. Prior to their first meeting of the year, they are asked to talk with their peers about what's important and to bring their list with them. They do. We may not like the issues that they bring to us or agree with their positions on them, but it all comes from them representing their peers. Imposing our own desires and issues on them defeats the very purpose of the council's existence. As I mentioned early on, there are changes that can be made to help the council work more effectively. I am asking the committee to recommend retaining this bill so that the youth council members, the new legislative co-chair, and others who have been involved can have input. And I know that the council members have a lengthy list of suggestions that they would like to offer to you. So with that, I will close my testimony and I'll take questions if you would like. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Does anyone have questions? Representative Marino? Oh, he's wishing to speak. Oh, okay. Does anyone on the committee have questions? There being none, thank you, Representative Porter.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Marino?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I wish to speak on the bill. Is this an appropriate time? I'm not a legislator. I'm a member of the public.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Like I said, I'm not a representative, although I appreciate you trying to give me a promotion just a second ago. My name is Doug Marino. I used to serve on the Legislative Youth Advisory Council when I was in high school. And so I just want to speak very briefly on this bill. I really appreciate Representative Porter's testimony. During my time on the council, which was well over probably 6 years ago now, we had a similar bill proposed while I was on the council, and much like this time, the sponsors did not consult us beforehand. I do think that it's worth having a conversation about making certain changes to LIAC, but I think that it is very important to include the council members in that conversation. I fully support Representative Porter's position that the bill should be retained. And I also do have significant concerns in particular about the idea of eliminating the section of the statute relative to public forums. I think that's something that is very important for the council. It's something we took a lot of pride in while I was on the council, trying to hold public forums to engage with the public on the issues that matter to them and have that inform our priorities as well. So I would strongly urge you to keep that provision in place. And then other than that, I hope that the council gets a chance to weigh in, and I echo Representative Porter's testimony. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Marino. Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Marino? Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Marino. With reference to the public forums that you mentioned, when you served on this group, did you find that the public forums tended to be other students that were interested enough to bring issues forward at those?
Thank you for the question, Representative. And yes, I don't remember exactly what the breakdown was, but if I recall correctly, a significant portion of the people who participated were other young people who wanted to get an idea of what issues we cared about and express their issues that they're interested in.
Even though they weren't members.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Marino? Being none, thank you, Mr. Marino, for testifying. I have a Inika Drondo signed up to testify, but I don't see the name in the attendees. If that is you, could you please raise your hand so I can tell who you are? Raise your hand. Is Drondo going once, going twice? Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill?
Excuse me, may I interrupt? Alinka is having difficulty getting into the page. She is trying to figure it out. She said she signed up and she's not in the room, but she does want to speak. Thank you.
Is she perhaps Manchester, New Hampshire?
She's not, she needs to know to link on from the link on the calendar page. I'm trying to let her know that now.
Okay, we'll give it another minute.
Okay, I'm trying to figure it out. Thank you.
While we're waiting, can I ask a question of the chair?
Beg your pardon?
While we're waiting, I just have a quick question. So we've inquired as to the official input from the LIAC folks, and they were still discussing it, and we'll hear back from them. Will there be another hearing for any of those folks to speak?
Yeah, we're going to recess this bill and we would reopen it for more input.
Thank you.
And that gets listed in the calendar, is that correct?
It will be.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I would like to recognize Ms. Drondo, if I'm saying that right.
Yes, thank you so much. I apologize. I had a bit of difficulty getting in. My name is Alinka Drondo, and I am a high school junior from Bedford. It has been my honor and pleasure to serve on the New Hampshire Legislative Youth Advisory Council these past years. This is the second year of my term, and I was elected as Outreach Coordinator last year and this year as the Youth Co-Chair by my peers. I am grateful to be part of such a committed group of young people. They bring a diversity of opinions and experiences to the shared goal of representing youth perspectives to the legislature, increasing civic engagement, and taking concrete action on the issues we care about. I am testifying as an individual and not on behalf of the council, given that we were unable to convene and vote on this bill before this hearing. We have spent time during our last two meetings deliberating this legislation, and we have had and continue to have questions, concerns, and opinions surrounding it. Although we have not yet adopted an official stance, the points I will bring forth are derived from the opinions of our members that I have heard so far. I would like to preface my remarks by specifying that HB 457 was written without the consultation of any current NH-LIAC members. We were not involved in drafting it and only discovered it when looking through LSRs. I believe that this legislation includes many provisions that do not benefit the council or detract from the effectiveness of its current operations. I also have many suggestions based on my experience as a member and leader of LIAC that I feel would truly strengthen this legislation and make it more relevant and beneficial to the group. I will begin by giving a bit of context on how our council currently operates. At the beginning of each year, LIAC members are tasked with having conversations with young people across their communities in order to identify the key issues that pertain to youth. Our first meeting is always dedicated to bringing forth our findings and compiling a list of issues that we believe impact youth across New Hampshire. And oftentimes the issues that I will bring forth as a resident of Hillsborough County are echoed over and over by the council members across the state. Upon sharing our community's priorities, we determine through a vote which ones are in the majority and will garner our focus for the year. This term, the issues that overwhelmingly stood out were healthcare, including mental health, education, voting rights, substance abuse, gun control, and environmental protection. They were raised over and over again by youth across the state as the issues that matter most to us in our age group. We have organized into interest groups surrounding these issues, and between our monthly meetings, each interest group identifies legislation pertaining to their topic and brings it to the council, where we debate, deliberate, and vote. We then craft statements and testimony to convey this youth opinion to the legislature. So, people from across the Granite State and engage in legislative advocacy that surrounds these issues that abundantly resonate each year. One aspect of this bill that I find incongruous with our council's current operation is the regional subcommittee suggestion. As I mentioned before, the same issues and policies tend to interest youth across the state, regardless of their county. Organizing around these issues that we identify enables individuals to focus their energy on time and researching the areas that they feel most strongly about, while collaborating closely with members outside of their regions. A provision of HB 457 that I also find unnecessary is the provision that we must prepare and execute programming to encourage job growth in New Hampshire. I recognize that this is a very vital issue. However, I believe that mandating that our council focus on it detracts from our overall purpose of giving youth avenues for actions on the issues that they identify as being important. The council should be encouraged to take an active role, as this bill says, to prepare and execute programming, but I believe that this should be on the issues that are identified by members as relevant to young people, including but not limited to job growth. A possible amendment that some of our members have brought up in past discussions and that I wish to suggest as co-chair is adding youth who are not students, but rather part of the workforce or taking a gap year as eligible members. I find it important that we include those who are already working full-time. I also believe that meeting virtually should be an option that is specified within the legislation. This will not only improve the accessibility of our council to those who have not gained driver's licenses or, during COVID, it provides a safety measure, but it will also allow for greater regional diversity, as distance will no longer be prohibitive for participation as it has been in previous years. This year, we have witnessed a significant increase in attendance, given the fact that members can join from their own homes, and I believe that specifying the ability to meet virtually will be beneficial for future years. HB 457 also strikes the clause requiring LIAC to hold at least one public forum a year. I find that public forums are truly essential to our operations as a council, given that forums enable us to fulfill our mission of youth civic engagement. We're happy to organize these, and last year we had been actively planning 5 forums before COVID-19 had prevented us from making them happen. We use these events to hear from subject matter experts on the topics that we identify as resonating with youth across the state, and also hosting these forums is a valuable form of outreach. Many of us on the council were encouraged to apply because we saw our peers getting involved in politics, and we were inspired and motivated to do so as well. Forums enable us to spread the word about LIAC in a way that resonates with young people, and I believe that striking the clause around public forums is unnecessary. Based on the legislation, I'm also unsure how the application process will be conducted. According to the current wording of HB 457, the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House will be responsible for soliciting applications. Will the governor and the Secretary of State have any role in this process as they have in past years? How will students know who to send their application to? I believe that this should be clarified before the legislation moves on. Another change that the bill creates would be striking our meeting that we have in August at the State House. Unfortunately, we were not able to host it this year, but in the past, it has been a staple of the NH-LIAC. Our members always look forward to this opportunity to see the state government up close before we begin our terms. If health and safety allows it in future years, we would truly appreciate having a designated meeting at the beginning of each term, during which we can visit the State House and meet with our representatives, as we have in the past. I believe that incorporating a substitute for the August meeting into this legislation is important, so this tradition can be retained in future years and for future council members. And lastly, I just have a couple other suggestions. One of them being that it would be best if this bill goes into effect at the beginning of the next LIAC term rather than 60 days after its passage, so it does not append council operations mid-year. Furthermore, I think it would be beneficial to have an annual allotted budget towards our council to support a Zoom license, if this would be possible, enabling us to meet online with more ease. And lastly, I do know that the council truly values diversity in school type, socioeconomic background, and region, as this bill emphasizes. However, I and many of our members have expressed that we wish to ensure that all applications will be considered on a merit basis as they have been so far. So in conclusion, I believe that there are many beneficial changes that can be made, so legislation surrounding LIAC is more reflective of the council's needs. Yet HB 457, as it is currently formulated, does not necessarily incorporate these changes, while adding provisions that I do not feel are suited to the council. Namely, I believe that the emphasis on job growth, the regional subcommittee-based restructuring suggestion, the advised appointment process, and the removal of the August meeting and the public forum requirement are not needed. I feel that by removing important avenues for LIAC to have our voices heard through forums and focusing on the issues that we identify as being important to youth, by removing these, this bill is counterintuitive to the purpose of the council, which is serving as the link between the youth and the legislature, identifying issues that pertain to youth and promoting civic engagement amongst young people. I am requesting that you retain this bill so that it can be reintroduced during the next legislative session, incorporating the changes and input and amendments that my fellow council members, my legislative co-chair Representative Alexander, and I bring forth. As the ones impacted by this legislation, I would appreciate it if we could be involved in the drafting process so this bill can make a truly positive impact tailored to LIAC's needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rondo, and I really appreciate your enthusiasm and striking as I look at the Zoom and I see all of our dour faces and your excited young face. I think that's just awesome that you guys are involved in that. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Rondo? I see Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Jondo, for being with us today. I just have a couple questions, if it's okay, Mr. Chair. First, how long did you say you've been involved with the council?
Yes, sure. So my first year was last year on the council, and I'm currently halfway through the second year of my term.
Great. I've been to the council. It is amazing. So would you rather a new bill with your suggestions and the rest of the board's suggestions? Would that perhaps be better?
I cannot speak on behalf of the whole council. I'm only here representing myself, but I would say that there are changes that can be made, and I believe that that could happen either through amending this bill to be more reflective of our needs or by going through with another bill. I know that Representative Porter had been planning on introducing a bill regardless, perhaps next year. So I do believe that changes can be made, and I'm open to different avenues for making them happen. I think as long as the youth members are consulted in the process, it will be beneficial.
What's the saying? Nothing for us without us, right? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Mr. I just wanted to say, similar to what the chair has already mentioned, that I thought Ms. Strong put a very cogent argument and appreciate your attendance here.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Drondo, can you tell us how many students are on the council and if you think that's a good number or if there should be more or less?
Thank you. Currently, there are 22 members of the council. Several of the members are alternates, so it's very helpful to have them there in case a member cannot attend, and we need to reach quorum by having their vote. I believe that the current number is a good one. It's big enough to have geographical representation that's diverse, but also small enough so that we can work in small groups as well through our interest group method. Ultimately, I think that I would be open to both expanding it and keeping it as it is, but I think that our current structure in terms of members has been beneficial.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Mr. Rondo? There being none, again, thank you for coming today and testifying before us. At this point, what we're going to do is we're going to recess this hearing until March 8th at 11 a.m. So we have some time to get the input of Bill Hack.
Representative O'Brien, I just want to let you know that there will be a caucus prior to resuming the exec session on House Bill 274, and therefore it's 3 o'clock. We will do that on our next meeting, which is Thursday.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I graciously thank you for your explanation.
Okay. We will also be resuming on Thursday with House Bill 591 because we didn't finish with the amendments on that one.
Madam Chair, would you entertain a motion on House Bill 357 at this time?
356, remind me of the title.
357, that was the study committee.
Oh, okay, 357. Yes, please, what your motion is?
I would move ITL.
Second.
ITL?
ITL by Representative Schuett, seconded by Representative Schultz. Representative Schuett, would you care to speak to your motion?
Yes, in keeping with what the chair stated, I think ITLing this current bill is the proper thing to do since we cannot officially make study committees. And I trust with the chair's intimate knowledge of administrative rules that she will follow through and allow us to study this issue, some of the issues that were brought forward when the time is appropriate.
Yes, well, thank you. Representative Schultz.
She said it better than I would have. Very good.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak about House Bill 357?
I have a point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Groda.
If we ITL this bill, we can still, as a committee, work on this as a committee, or do we need? We can work. You can assign this to us independently of any legislation or any bills. Is that correct? I think I believe it. Okay,
yes,
thank you.
We can work on the question because administrative rules is within our scope of authority.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need a bill to tell us to look into it.
Okay, so I would, just so that you know, I will support the ITL with the understanding that the committee will look at that.
Okay, Representative Schuett, I trust you'll include that in your blurb.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on House Bill 357?
Yes, I'd like to say that I think looking into this will be beneficial to especially the new members of the committee who are just becoming familiar with the name of the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, or JLCAR. And there are a lot of misconceptions in the body as a whole that will be beneficially addressed by EDNA looking at it as a committee of the whole.
Thank you. Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we were to ITL this, even though we perhaps would have the desire as a committee to do some work on it, would we not then be prevented from reintroducing this next year?
We would be prevented from introducing another study committee. We would not be prevented from bringing in a bill on whatever our study results in that needs fixed.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Fair enough. Gotcha. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. The motion is inexpedient to legislate by Representative Schuett, second by Representative Schultz. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
19-0.
Does anyone object to consent? All right, hearing none, we'll put that on consent. All right.
So, Madam Chair, is there any reason not to make a motion on House Bill 94? That's your licensure.
Not at all. Not at all.
I'd like to make a motion ought to pass on House Bill 94.
I'll second.
May we please have a refresher on what House Bill 94 is? Thank you.
House Bill 94 relative to synchronizing renewal dates and under OPLC.
Thank you.
What was the bill number again? I'm sorry.
9-4.
Sorry, who was speaking?
Sorry, it was Representative Schultz. Is it HB 94?
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you. Could you speak more distinctly?
Yes, Chris, 94.
He just answered my question. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay, Representative Lekis, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. What this does is, well, a number of things. One is it has the licenses expire on the birthday of the person who holds the license rather than having all the licenses, at least for a particular occupation, expire at the same time. So that'll spread the workload out over time for OPLC. I mean, that's basically how driver's license, renewal works. And, it'll even out the workload for them. There's some transitions things in there to get there, which I think I don't see a problem with. And that's the main thing. It's just a minor efficiency improvement for OPLC.
And for my second, I would say that Representative Lekis explained it beautifully. Does anyone else wish to speak on House Bill 94?
Peter Schmidt.
Yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me put my camera on so you can all see me. I think one of the other very beneficial aspects is that licenses which expire in one's birth month and specifically on one's birthday are licenses renewal dates that everybody can remember, as that we remember with our driver's licenses, as opposed to one day a year, which is never made any sense to me in the first place. So just the it's easy to forget lots of things, but our birthday is not one of them.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to go? Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one quick question, and I'm hoping you can answer. When we do these renewals through OPLC and renewal process taking place, are the documents that are necessary for renewal, such as continuing ed and the requirements necessary for renewal, are those going back to the board before a license is issued for review?
The requirements for renewal are not changing. I'm not sure what you mean by go back to the board.
Well, there are a number of boards that have renewals that require continuing ed credits or whatnot for renewal.
Yeah.
The requirements that will those documents be sent to the board to make sure they're appropriate before the license is renewed?
That's part of what goes with the renewal license application, that they've completed continuing education and whatever else is required. I think that's the main thing, that you haven't changed, you haven't moved your address, you've completed the continuing education and you pay the fee, of course.
But my question is, if there is a review of the continuing ed to make sure it's appropriate for renewal, is it OPLC making that determination, or is it going to be the board that sees that documentation for?
Generally, the board does.
All right, as long as that's going back to the board and that's part of this process, I will support it.
I will say that there's no change. This bill does not change the renewal process other than the date. The current requirements for continuing education and who reviews it is not changed.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Lekis, and the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
19-0.
Does anyone object to consent? All right, seeing none, we'll put it on consent. Does anyone else have a motion on some bill that they think we ought to decide today? No one else does. I'll move ought to pass on House Bill 302, which is the creation and use of electronic records. Is there a second?
Second by Schmidt.
Thank you. All right. I don't wish to speak on the motion. Representative Schmidt, do you wish to speak on your second?
No. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Does anyone else wish to speak on House Bill 302? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I only have one concern, and it's really not earth-shattering here. It's simply the simple concern that I have is that electronic records require electronic programming. And as I've worked for the government now for 25 years, we have records that we cannot access because we either no longer have the program to open said records, or we lack the institutional knowledge of the appropriate way to log into said records. That is a very real problem here. And, you know, I'm certainly hopeful that, you know, this bill certainly would allow, and I don't see any prohibition of backing things up in other formats, whether it be microfilm or something else. But it's just it's not really going to affect necessarily, I suppose, the way I vote. It's just something that we have to remember. That's all.
Thank you. That's a very valid concern. I know NASA has hundreds of thousands of hours of data that's no longer accessible. Does anyone else wish to speak about House Bill 302?
Well,
Representative Schmidt.
I'll just say that paper records, there are some paper records out there. They're written on something called papyrus, and they're written sometimes in linear A and linear B, or they're written in what's called bustrophodon, I think is the name of the term, which means as the ox plows, going back and forth, and not the way we read left to right, then left to right, then left to right, or the Japanese read top to bottom. So there are all kinds of written records which are basically inaccessible, or you have to be extremely skilled. Try reading old German script, records that are written in that. These are all things that are written either on paper or very similar substances, which are extremely difficult to access. But one of the things we have to do is develop something which is more universally available and not go away from it so obviously. It's easier said than done, I know.
Thank you. Representative Sytek.
Representative Schmidt, have you seen my first teaching certificate? You might want to.
It's in linear B?
Yes, you might like to look at it
Written in linear B, is it?
later. It's fell flat.
All right. Does anyone else wish to represent Blackus?
Do you or anyone else know to what extent there are already standards that have been created? I mean, this mentions that the Secretary of State in cooperation with the Department of Information Technology and Administrative Services, it was shall determine whether and to what extent. Now it says may create standards if we pass this. Do you know if there are existing standards, and are they generally used, and do you know anything about them?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Thank you.
I do know that municipalities are using electronic records of various sorts, but I don't know what standards they're following.
This is permissive, right?
This is permissive.
Permissive.
Maybe when there are study committees allowed, again, it's something to look into.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on House Bill 302? Seeing none, the motion is ought to pass. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes, with concerns.
I'll make a note. Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
With similar concerns, yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Funk, no.
Yes.
Representative Grota,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair,
Yes.
19-0.
Okay, the vote is 19-0. Does anyone object to consent? Seeing none? Excuse me? Did someone object?
The cat wants to go out.
All right, that's a ghost in the machine. We'll put it on consent.
Madam Chair, if there are no amendments to HB 72, I don't think there are, I'd be happy to move ought to pass.
On what?
HB 72, that's the building codes.
Yes, there will be an amendment.
Okay, then I withdraw.
Eric.
I withdraw my motion.
Unless someone else has another motion? No. Okay. We will, yes, Representative Fellows.
If you're willing to do this, I'll make a motion for HB 345 with an amendment. I first make a motion on an amendment to that.
345. That's
the mushroom.
Mushrooms.
Oh, yes. Which one is it?
All right, let's try 345.
I'll second that.
So
We don't know
first,
what our motion is yet.
so first I'd like to make a motion for an amendment, and the amendment number is 2021-0239H. That's the one from today. It's slightly different than the one the sponsors showed us.
I'll second that.
All right, one moment while I get cleared. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes.
What was the amendment number?
The amendment number is 0239, and it was sent out to you by Miriam just this morning.
So we don't have it in hard copy.
You're changing the definitions, right? There's three,
Yes.
three definition changes. Okay.
Yeah, just changing one, just changing the definition of mushroom. The two things under that are identical. It's just that the mushrooms is being slid into a slot, not at the end. So it's just renumbering the other two. If you don't have this amendment, the difference between this and the first amendment is that it just changes a couple of the words. I think the first one said mushrooms means the fruiting body of a fungus. And this one says mushrooms mean the fleshy spore-bearing fruiting body of a fungus. And the reason for this update is that there was some confusion, particularly for the general public, about chaga, which is a hard substance, looks like charcoal that grows on a tree, and people pulverize it and they use it for tea. And the wild mushrooms we're talking about are something that you throw in a pan and cook. So this definition makes it clear that chaga is completely outside the scope of this bill.
Are there questions?
Not only that, but this line 4 could be a pretty terrific insult. You fleshy spore-bearing fruiting body of a fungus. That's going to be hard to top.
Does anyone else wish to speak about this amendment?
Representative Fellows, I just wanted to, I'm looking at the amendment, and in section 1, we have tier 1 mushroom and we have tier 2 mushroom. So are you saying you want to just combine those tier 1 mushroom and tier 2 mushroom into the one definition of the mushroom?
No.
No.
No. There were, let's see. The Roman numerals did stop at 8.
Yes.
And what we're doing is we're inserting one more definition, but instead of
Oh, I'm
putting,
sorry. I'm sorry. I see it. I see it. Excuse me. You're right. Excuse me. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? All right, in that case, the motion is to adopt Amendment 0239H, and the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
No.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
No.
Representative Bailey,
No.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso,
No.
Representative Dooley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Judy,
Oui.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
yes,
Representative Fontenot,
Yes.
Representative Grote,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair.
No.
Yeah.
14-5 on the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Representative Fellows moves ought to pass with amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Same people.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
yes, Madam Chair. The purpose of this bill resulted from a study commission that we had that involved mushroom experts and included Colleen Smith from the Department of Health, and and also included a chef. The primary reason for this bill is to protect public safety, public health. We know that mushrooms are being sold, that wild harvested, this has nothing to do with mushrooms that you buy in the grocery store. Wild harvest mushrooms were being sold at farmers markets and to restaurants. And while most of the time the mushrooms that were sold were safe, they were not always safe, and some of them were even dangerous for people. The other thing that was important is that right now, a restaurant is not allowed to serve wild mushrooms because the food code that New Hampshire uses, which is based on the federal food code, says you can serve and sell wild mushrooms only if they have been only if they come from an approved source. So right now, New Hampshire has no statutes that identify an approved source. This process in this bill will create an approved source so that restaurants can serve these mushrooms and they can be sold at farmers markets. We did also hear stories about how the food inspectors would go to a restaurant and sometimes see that the restaurant had bought some wild mushrooms and had to tell them, because of the food code, that they had to throw those out and they could not serve them. So this is good for business. The restaurants can make dishes of wild mushrooms, which usually are fairly pricey, and also helps farmers markets.
Does any Representative Schultz, do you wish to speak?
I trust Representative Fellows' efforts on this and her fastidiousness.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak on House Bill 345. Representative Sytek.
Well, it's a good idea, but I really, it's not a topic for today, but the federal government is just everywhere. And it's a good idea. Next.
Okay, Representative Lekes.
I agree with what, at least about the federal government issue. I think the error was New Hampshire adopting the rules from the federal food code in the first place concerning mushrooms. So I'm torn on this. On one hand, I really do not want any more licensing. On the other hand, I understand the position the mushroom harvesters are in.
Representative McGuire?
Yes,
We didn't have a, you're on job card. We didn't have a choice, did we? We must, if these restaurants could not serve.
I'm not sure it was obvious to me. It wasn't obvious to me, at least, when it came to Gelcar, that we were adopting that much. I mean,
Well, it still seems like a good idea that
is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. As a former professional pizza maker, I've seen many a pie ruined with the fungus in the aforementioned bill, but I am going to support this because I recognize the struggles that, especially at the farmers markets, with the people's desire to do the right thing and lacking substantive direction to do so. So I'm going to be supporting this.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Representative Fontenot.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I too, when we first heard this bill in the last session, was very reluctant because I thought it was, overreach of legislation. However, through all the testimony from the restaurateurs and mushroom growers, I now view it more as enabling legislation than restrictive legislation, that it allows the restaurants and the farmers markets to do something legally that they've probably already been doing. So I will support it.
Okay. Anyone else? Yeah, I'm very torn on this because I think the license is ridiculous. But on the other hand, we have federal regulations that are even more ridiculous that are restricting what we can do. And so it's a question of how we accept that. Anyone else?
Sure.
Yes, Representative Schmidt. Sorry.
So are we going to support our merchants, our harvesters, our restaurants, or are we not? This bill lets us do that.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I would just like to add, it also creates jobs. We heard testimony from somebody who gets several people who get a substantial amount of income from harvesting and selling wild mushrooms, or would like to.
Thank you, Representative Sytek.
Representative Fellows, we are not a chamber of commerce. We're doing this because it's the right thing.
Thank you, Representative Sytek. Does anyone else wish to speak on House Bill 345? All right, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass with amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy.
No.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
No.
Representative Lekes.
No.
Representative Allegro.
No.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
No.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Fontenot,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
The envelope, please, Chair.
No.
Twelve to 7 in favor.
All right. Representative Fellows, you will be
Yes,
right.
that won't go on the consent.
I think you got interrupted, but I will write the majority report.
Yes, thank you. Is there going to be a minority report?
No consent calendar, right?
It's not on consent, no, and I can't write the minority.
I'll do it.
Okay, Representative Lekis will write the minority recommendation.
Is there a due date?
At your earliest convenience. Like,
And can you tell me if I send it to you or to
send it to
where?
me. Send it to me, please.
Thank you.
All right. Right. Any other bills that we think we can exec tonight?
I'm out of counter space.
Hmm?
I'm out of counter space.
Ah. All right. Yeah, I think most of the rest look like they have amendments coming. Unless you want to discuss Constitutional Amendment 7 with the Lieutenant Governor.
Feel like-
I still see a lot of interest, so I think
Oh.
we'll pause.
Okay.
Oh, you do have interest, Representative Pearson?
I mean, I'm okay with it. It's, I think, the more bills we can process, the better this is going to go for us this year, but sure, either way.
Well, it's going to take a while because I'm going to speak on this in opposition. It won't be brief.
I have concerns.
Representative Pearson, what would your motion be?
I'm not sold on this idea.
You're sitting
So-
on the side. All right then.
This bill is not ready
No.
for prime.
I'm not sitting on the side. I'm not in favor of the concept of a lieutenant governor as this bill is written.
What? I missed that. You said you're opposed to the bill as written?
Rectamundo, that is correct. I am opposed to this number 7 as it is written.
Madam Chair, I also have a technical issue that what I see on the web and what I print out, it's not drafted correctly. Not all the inserts are not bold after you get onto page 4. So I think that could create a problem.
Right?
I'm not in favor of the bill at all.
Does someone have a motion, presumably of ITL, on the comments?
ITL.
Aye.
Schmidt,
Schmidt moves ITL. All
I
right.
second. I second. Unless somebody else wants to.
Wasn't Representative Pearson first in line?
Oh, sorry. Representative Pearson, would you like the honor of seconding? I would gladly share that with you.
I'm not going to lose sleep either way. It doesn't matter.
As a test, before we spend a lot of time discussing this, is there anyone who is going to definitely vote against the ITL? If there is, raise your hand or shout or something.
You're voting against the ITL,
No? So it sounds like it's going to be unanimously ITL.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, did you say that it was unnecessary for lengthy debate on this? Is that what I heard?
No, I was just going to ask if anyone is definitely going to vote against it to see how much time we should devote to it. If everybody already agrees with Representative Schmidt, then we can spare ourselves.
I was gonna vote against ITL, but I had no desire to make a speech.
Repeat that, please.
We're having trouble with hearing you, Representative Schultz. You're saying
Sorry, I'm gonna vote against ITL, but not give any speech.
Okay, well, we can appreciate that.
Very much.
All right. If no one vigorously objects, in that case, I can't cut off debate, so if you object, please say so, but otherwise I'll just ask the clerk to call the roll. Speak now or forever hold your peace,
Forever.
or at least for the next.
The next 2 minutes.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. All right, no one has objected. So the motion is ITL by Representative Schmidt on CACR 7.
And I just asked for clarification who the official second is.
Rhoda.
Representative Garota.
Thank you.
Okay, may call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
No.
What was that, please?
No.
No.
No. Okay. Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy. Representative Judy.
You muted.
It's Sue. Let's go.
No. I say no.
No.
He said no.
Okay.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
No.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Groden.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
Looks like 16-3.
All right. This will not go on the consent calendar. And is there going to be a minority report?
I can write one.
You'll write a minority report. All right, thank you.
Oh, okay.
When do you need these by?
I'm sorry, Peter,
When do you need them by, Carol?
as soon as possible.
Her motion will be ought to pass.
What?
I have to, when the author is Representative Schultz, but the motion that she would make is ought to pass.
Is that correct, Representative Schultz? You're recommending that this ought to pass?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
While we have everybody on, would all the members of the Republican caucus please send me an email with your updated phone numbers and email addresses? Thank you.
Nothing?
No, I was just repeating the message.
All right. I think I've had enough for one day. We will resume on Thursday, and due to deadlines, we will complete the executive session on House Bills 591 and 247. That's our last day before the deadline. Thank you all. I'll see you Thursday.
Can I just ask a question?